Chapter 550. Glover and Doyle exhaled deeply. For some reason, Thales also breathed a sigh of relief. But Mallows changed the topic. But since we cannot reach an agreement, should we leave it to the captain or His Majesty to make a decision? Vogel grunted angrily. Enough. He addressed them by their titles again. Watchman. Do you think that you can do whatever you want with Captain Adrian's indulgence? This time, Mallows was still calm and docile. No, I think you must have misunderstood something, sir. I was just saying. I said. No matter how well-mannered Vogel was, he could not conceal his displeasure. Don't educate me. Thales knew that he could no longer pretend to be dead. Lord Talon, perhaps you don't understand it very well. Thales turned his head and raised his glass as he happily inserted himself into their conversation. But honestly speaking, the number of people in this world who have a grudge against me, who have a conflict of interest with me, or who simply dislike me, can form a line from here to Dragon Cloud City. Vogel looked at him. The coldness melted like ice and snow, leaving only a smile on his face. You are outstanding, Your Highness. Naturally, you will be hated and envied by petty people. You don't need to worry about it. While Thales thought to himself, this guy's armor is even harder than mine, he tried to smooth things over. Therefore, Lord Mallow's worries are not unreasonable. Of course, you're right. This banquet is very important. Why don't we both take a step back? Lord Mallows does not have to be radical and hastily interrupt the banquet, and you can investigate the hidden dangers in a more leisurely manner to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Thales' smile was elegant, and his eyes were burning. The words, "Give me some face," were written all over his face. Mallows was silent for a moment before he bowed respectfully. Vogel took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. Of course, Your Highness. The atmosphere finally thawed. Thales then turned around and exchanged greetings with the next bureaucrat who came to reminisce about the past. Do you recognize me? I am the city gate officer who guarded the city gate on the day you went on a diplomatic mission. That look, or the look you claim to have, Vogel adjusted his emotions and said softly, is it against Prince Thales or His Majesty? Or is it someone else? I don't know. Vogel's gaze turned cold again. Mallows narrowed his eyes. Because from the angle below, His Majesty and the others are also in this direction. I only know that it was a man. Men. That's great, Vogel said sarcastically as he looked at the crowd at the banquet, which was getting more and more unrestrained because of the alcohol. At least a quarter of our suspects are gone. So it's best to let His Majesty evacuate first. Impossible, Vogel rejected flatly. Maybe your family has stayed away from politics for too long, Mallows, but do you think that banquets are only about having a meal? Mallows was stunned. Vogel slowly raised his head. At some point, the Blade King's Crusade song had ended, and the background music had become long and majestic. With the announcement of the chief of palace staff, everyone shifted their attention to King Kessel's throne. There, a few nobles who had come from afar knelt down sincerely, and one of them, an older man, was excitedly saying something. The king nodded and comforted them with gentle words as he rose from his seat and walked towards them. Thales felt his heart skip a beat. King Kessel walked up to a young man kneeling on the ground. The young noble straightened his back, raised his hands in excitement, and placed his palms in the king's hands. King Kessel asked a few questions, and the young man answered them one by one. Then, the king announced loudly to the four thrones that this person had inherited his father's glory and authority, and was officially a baron of a certain territory. Thales had no choice but to raise his glass with the ministers to congratulate this grand occasion. It's the controversial illegitimate son of Blade Edge Hill. He actually bypassed the Duchess and came to the capital on his own to ask for a title and recognition. A whispered conversation at a long table was transmitted to Thales' hell senses. Looks like His Majesty has made a decision. Duchess Lionel must be very unhappy. What nonsense, the Duchess and Renaissance Palace are of one mind. Will his father's vassals obey? That depends on the illegitimate son's methods, they won't dare to disobey. Think about it, even His Majesty's heir is an illegitimate son raised by Lord Mon, sure. It's fine if you drink too much, but don't talk too much. Thale's expression darkened. Behind him, Vogel whispered to Mallows, did you see that? Appearance, title conferment, audience, commendation, reward, reprimand. On this rare occasion, His Majesty has too many things to do. We can only ensure that he doesn't stray too far from his seat. But Mallows was very dissatisfied. So during this period, there will be many people coming forward to interact with His Majesty at such a close distance. The watchman put down his glass and frowned. Whose idea was that? Are you crazy? Vogel scoffed. Don't push your luck, watchman. This was His Majesty's own decision, after he knew about the assassin you saw. Mallows choked. Vogel snorted and looked in the direction of the king again. Look carefully. Thales narrowed his eyes. The next noble came forward and knelt. The chief of palace staff announced that this person was of noble birth and had sufficient merits. According to tradition, he was about to receive a gift from the king and become a royal knight of the kingdom. King Kessel extended his arm. Behind him, 2 members of the royal guards came forward with a sword and a ribbon respectively. Mallows' gaze froze. The person holding His Majesty's sword, that's, Thales hurriedly looked at the person holding the sword. It was a middle-aged guard who was not tall but had a stocky and kind demeanor. Chief Vanguard, Baron Stanley. Mallows said in surprise, he's personally holding the sword for His Majesty's conferring ceremony. Glover, who belonged to the Vanguard division, looked at Stanley and pursed his lips. He looked even more solemn. Vogel snorted, seemingly dissatisfied with Mallows' slow reaction. There's also Chief Protector Bridge and Second Protector Mariko. Their elite guards are already secretly in place, guarding the left and right sides. Doyle's expression changed when he saw the people from the Vanguard division, as if he remembered something unpleasant. Vogel narrowed his eyes. Commander, Vanguard, and Protector. The core 3 wings of the Royal Guards are all here. The elites are all out. Everyone who comes forward is being closely watched. Assassins can't hide from more than 30 steps away. Mallows' expression returned to normal. Thales tried hard to search for something among the guests, but could not see anything. Only when he switched to Hell's senses did he see dozens of different powers of eradication shining in the crowded banquet. If this is still not enough to reassure you, Vogel lowered his voice, but could not hide it from Thales' senses. His Majesty's secret protector, also known as the Royal Assassin, is also present. No one noticed that the wine in the prince's hand spilled a few inches. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt that the assassin hiding in the dark was no longer scary. He raised his head and looked at the huge empty pillar. He looked at the shadow cast by the light, but he was no longer nervous. Coupled with Stanley and Mariko's strength, no one can go against His Majesty, Vogel glanced at Thales. Or against the Duke. Mallows did not speak, but pursed his lips. As long as the nobles are safe, even if the assassin appears, we can react immediately and suppress it, turning it into a civil case of drunken misconduct or jealousy, a topic of conversation at the banquet. Vogel scoffed. Of course, the premise is that the assassin exists. In addition to my men making inquiries, the logistics division and the chief of palace staff are also checking the guest list, checking the guests' luggage and gifts, while the inner city police station is on the periphery, clearing out the area within a 5-mile radius. The vice-captain spoke more assertively. It is reported that the kingdom's secret intelligence department is also mobilizing manpower to gather intelligence and try to find a suspect, if there really is one. There are even more people on the move. It can be said to be mustering a large force. Just because of your Maybe. Vogel stared at the watchman in displeasure. Mallows was silent. See. As soon as he received your report, Captain Adrian led the entire guard team to respond and took adequate security measures. Don't make it sound like you're the only one dedicated to the country, and we're all villains who do nothing. Doyle and Glover looked at each other. At this moment, Mallows spoke slowly. This is the captain's decision. Vogel glanced at him in displeasure, but did not deny it. I don't know why he trusts you so much, whether it's the watchman selection or this. Even if it's some bullshit like someone glanced at me. Thales could feel Mallows' breathing quickening. Of course, maybe he thinks you're born to be unlucky and attract trouble. Vogel said sarcastically, be prepared to clean up the mess. Mallows was silent for a moment. When the third person was conferred, he squeezed out a sentence. Thank you. Vogel shook his head in disdain and turned to leave. But he immediately turned back. Also, you'd better pray that the assassin is real, because if not, the vice captain approached Mallows and said threateningly, you should know, watchman. Vogel's gaze turned cold. You won't be the only unlucky one. Mallows was as silent as ever, unmoved. See you later, Tormund. Good night, Your Highness. Vogel bowed respectfully to Thales and left discreetly, sticking close to the wall. The Duke of Star Lake's dining table fell silent. Thales exhaled and looked at the lettuce that he had unknowingly chopped into powder. See. Doyle, who finally dared to breathe, did not dare to look at his superior's expression. He shrugged at Thales. Bad guy. Glover spoke cautiously. My lord, since Renaissance Palace has taken action, then what we should do next? Mallows suddenly looked up. Gather everyone, set up the alarm and defense as usual, the watchman said with a dark expression. That's right, our colleagues in Renaissance Palace have taken action, but this is ultimately our territory. Doyle and Glover exchanged glances. Mallows turned around and looked at the curious Thales. We'll take care of ourselves. Doyle and Zombie quickly left to carry out the order. Thales and Mallows were left behind. Fortunately, the conferment of the Royal Knights continued and attracted most of the attention. Fewer people came to visit the prince. Thales stuck his head out and looked at Mallows, who had been frozen for a long time. For some reason, looking at this personal guard captain who had always been unpredictable, Thales had an illusion he was in a good mood. So, your relationship with your superiors, especially the second in command of the guards, Thales looked at Vogel, who had returned to the king's side. Not bad. Mallows tilted his head and looked at his favorite, Highness the Duke. In life, there are always things you don't want to do, but have to do. Mallows' expression did not change, as if he did not hear Thales' sarcasm. We call them work. Thales snorted strangely. Just like your work under my hands. I didn't say that. Thales was silent for a while, then forced a polite smile. All right. But that's what you think, right? He lowered his head and continued to work on the lettuce. But, Thales watched as the next royal knight kissed his father's ring excitedly. Just now, the bad guy said, your pampered squad. What do you mean? Mallows looked up. Thales looked at him and blinked. We may have an assassin hiding among the guests, the watchman said coldly, but you're taking it easy. My favorite Highness the Duke. Oh, my favorite personal guard captain. Thales looked at him thoughtfully and shook the fork in his hand like a pointer, deliberately acting like an elder who had gone through the vicissitudes of life. If you grew up like me, and experienced what I went through, Mallows looked back at him and frowned. Thales shrugged and tapped the plate with his fork, his expression joyful. This lettuce tastes good. Mallows snorted and turned his head away. Just as Thales thought this guy was as stubborn as ever and could not resist teasing, Mallows spoke. Doyle and Zombie, and the others. They did not join your guards without a reason. Mallows looked at guard Captain Adrian, who was next to the king from afar. The Doyle family has been away from power for a long time, unwilling to be just a rich man. They racked their brains to seek the king's favor, but failed to return to the center of the 7 Jade Star attendants. The master of the Glover family holds an important position in the treasury. He serves the king loyally and trembles in fear. He wishes that he could stay away from all those with ulterior motives to show that he is noble, pure, loyal, and pure. Thale's expression froze slightly. In the capital, family background is not only a bargaining chip to ride the wind, but also a burden that binds one's hands and feet. Mallow's words were filled with the vicissitudes of life. It all depends on your choice. Thales was silent for a while. A bargaining chip to ride the wind, a burden that binds one's hands and feet. His gaze shifted to the 9-pointed star pattern on his cuff. Lord Mallows, Thales said faintly. I was thinking that perhaps you should come for etiquette lessons, and let Madame Gines continue to guide me in martial arts. More than I could wish for. Unfortunately, the king's orders cannot be disobeyed, Mallows replied with a light snort. This made Thales even more certain that he was in a good mood. Thales did not want to let go of this opportunity. What about you? The prince moved his eyes. Why did you join my guards, and even become the leader? Mallows paused for a moment. You know. Mallows glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He was as indifferent as ever. Work. Thales twitched his eyebrows. Damn, so that's what you're thinking. Then, when will you introduce your family to me? Thales said as if he was not paying attention. Let's see what Razor Mallows' family, who is qualified to marry the princess, wants. Are they your burden, or bargaining chips? At that moment, Thales could not help but tremble. Just now, the sin of Hell's River seemed to have jumped. Thales looked up in surprise. Mallows' posture remained the same, and he looked at him with a frown. What's wrong? Thales looked at him and smiled awkwardly. I did not mention the grudge between you and my aunt. All right, I'll mention it now. Mallows frowned. Thales shrugged and teased him in a tentative manner. So, am I still the duke you like the most? Mallows stared at him for a long time. It was not a normal stare, it was the kind that made Thales' hair stand on end. In horror movies in his previous life, ghosts would unknowingly appear in the scene and stare at the protagonist. Just as Thales could not help but turn his head back, Mallows spoke. Another day, Your Highness. Thales was puzzled. Another day. Mallows nodded and regained his composure. Another day, I can take you to the East Mountain Cemetery on the Awen Hill outside the Eastern District. To introduce my family to you. Sure. Thales agreed readily, but immediately felt that it was inappropriate. Wait, did you say, cemetery? Mallows nodded and smiled in a refreshing and natural manner. Yes. My grandparents, parents, uncles, brothers and sisters, Mallows' voice was rather deep. Coupled with his smiling gaze, Thales felt a little creeped out. In the Mallows family, all my blood relatives that can be found in the genealogy. Everyone. They're buried there. Mallows' tone was very calm. It was as if he was talking about someone else. Except that he kept staring at Thales, unblinking. Shall I introduce you to each other? Thales chuckled and turned around stiffly. Hee, that, you know, the prince pushed his plate and said awkwardly, this lettuce is really good. Thales knew that the watchman's good mood ended there. Just like his luck that night. Because 10 minutes later, a man came uninvited and sat down next to Thales, smiling at him. Do you remember the first time we met? It's quite a coincidence. At that time, I happened to meet you being chased by an assassin and happened to save your life. Now that I think about it, maybe it's fate. Thales looked at the man helplessly. He waved at Mallows, who was looking over, to indicate that everything was normal, and asked him to calm down the Star Lake guards who were on guard around them. "Why this guy, of all times? I'm a little busy, I don't have time to reminisce about the past and the present." The prince did not hold back and called him by name. Zayn. However, the master of iris flowers, the Duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier raised his glass at him and smiled. "Is that so? That's a pity. I thought that you, who have gone through so many life-threatening situations, would be particularly concerned about the current situation of your former enemy. I just got the information recently." Thales was stunned. "Former enemy?" "Zayn, he mentioned the assassination when we first met, and the enemy who tried to assassinate me." Thales subconsciously looked at Duke Arund. "Oh, no, not the Duke of the Northern Territory, and it's clear what his current situation is." Duke Zayn put down his glass, his eyes shining. "I'm talking about that cunning, unpredictable, crazy and vicious." Thales was stunned. "He has nothing, and is a fugitive," Zayn spoke softly. "Yet, he still managed to catch you and me off guard with just a wave of his hand, causing us to be disgraced." The Duke snorted coldly. "Lady Serena Corleone." Thales was confused for a second, followed by a daze. "Say." In an instant, a sudden sense of unfamiliarity and long-lost familiarity struck him at the same time. "Serena." Thales' expression changed slightly. A blood vessel on his neck began to ache, just like it had many years ago. Zayn deftly turned the glass in his hand and was also slightly lost in thought. "What do you think, Your Highness, about this name?" At that moment, the Duke of Iris Flower's gaze was filled with dread and coldness. Chapter 551. Indeed, Thales had not thought of this name for a long, long time. Serena Corleone. He even had to admit that most of the time, he deliberately sealed it in the depths of his memory. He did not want to think of it, and he hated to think of it. But when it rang again, he still felt the discomfort from the bottom of his heart. Betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance. As the memory became clearer, just as that face was about to reappear in his mind, Thales suddenly looked up and focused his attention on what was in front of him. "What do you want to do?" The prince looked at Zayn suspiciously. "Why mention her?" In the center of the hall, the coronation ceremony was still in progress. From time to time, nobles walked up the steps and knelt in front of the king's seat. The Duke of Iris Flowers smiled slightly and raised his glass to the youth. "About this, Your Highness, you might as well consider it a banquet gift from me." Thales did not move, his gaze cold. Zayn waited for a while, but the youth had no intention of raising his glass in response. He did not take offense and put down his glass with a smile. But Zayn immediately frowned and looked around. "Is this my illusion, or are your guards really much more nervous and strict than usual? Why, are you suspecting me of plotting against His Highness?" Thales' heart tightened, but his expression did not change. "My personal guard captain does things seriously and is strict." Thales smiled at Mallows and Glover, and repeatedly gestured to their men not to be nervous. The Duke of Star Lake turned around, his eyes burning. "As for suspecting you, well, you can't really blame them. You know, I still haven't digested the gift you gave me 6 years ago." Zayn's lips curled up. "Then you need this gift even more. It will help you digest the last one. What do you think?" Thales snorted sarcastically. With indescribable emotions, they looked at each other silently for a few seconds. Finally, Thales said faintly, "So, Serena, where is she?" Zayn smiled. He raised his hand gracefully and called for a waiter. Under Thales' displeased gaze, he ordered a portion of beef. Then, amid the soft clatter of cutlery and plates, he spoke unhurriedly. "Ever since 6 years ago, that ruthless and ambitious schemer from the Night Nation has been recuperating in the Star Realm for a period of time, after bringing great losses to both you and me. It was as if this was just an ordinary conversation. Thales pondered for a moment. You really have guts. You've caused so much trouble and provoked so many people. Thales remembered the threat and harm she brought him and snorted coldly. She actually dares to stay in Constellation. But Thales immediately paused. He looked up and stared at Jen in disbelief. Zayn picked up a piece of beef and looked back at him with a smile. Thales understood something. You. With slight surprise, Thales furrowed his eyebrows. I'm guessing that when you completely broke off relations with the Corleone family, that ugly woman, Serena Corleone, who betrayed the family, became your natural ally. Zayn only tasted 2 pieces and did not continue. He maintained his smile and wiped the corners of his lips with a napkin. After you chased Lady Serena away, I did, offer her some shelter. True enough. The surprise on Thales' face slowly faded. I still remember someone telling me, the youth looked at him disdainfully, if you're in the same boat as a jackal and wolf, there's always the risk of your boat capsizing. At that moment, Zayn's expression froze for a moment. Especially before you and Serena Corleone were so lovey-dovey. Half sincere, half sarcastic, Thales snorted. Believe me, this is from experience. Zayn was silent for a moment. But in just a fraction of a second, the Duke of Iris Flowers looked up and returned to a decent smile. Yes, indeed, he said, bowing politely. I found it myself afterwards. Zayn's eyes were slightly cold. Especially after she broke free of her shackles, sucked a few of my men dry, and left without saying goodbye. Broke free of her shackles, Thales looked enlightened. It seems that the shelter you gave her was limited. But, since it's Serena, put shackles on her, yes, little Zayn. The prince gave him a silent thumbs up in his heart. Well done. In the hall, the conferring ceremony finally came to an end. The music started again and the performers returned to the stage. Liveliness and noise became the main theme of the banquet again. Perhaps due to the passage of time and the effects of alcohol, the guests were either calling their friends or in groups of 3 to 5, becoming more and more unrestrained and free. Thales also saw many male and female guests disappear from the same place one after another, and did not return for a long time. King Kessel returned to his seat, but the queen was long gone, and he looked a little lonely. The king's eyes glanced briefly at Thales before looking away. The royal guards around him were as solemn as ever, but Thales, who knew the inside story, could clearly feel that they were relieved. The assassin did not appear. This was a good thing. But also a bad thing. Zayn raised his wine glass, his gaze subtle, dragging Thales back to the current conversation. The sea routes in the eastern peninsula are very profitable. The Duke of Iris Flowers smelled the wine. Since the misfortune 6 years ago, the Covendere family has been looking for an opportunity to mend their relationship with the Corleone family and make up. So I think the family criminal they are after may be a breakthrough. Thales raised his eyebrows. Make up. After you tried to use the Night Queen's hand to kill the Prince of Constellation. The prince revealed the truth without any psychological burden, his tone sarcastic. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. We have to try. Zayn smiled again, perfect and elegant. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Thales shook his head disapprovingly. But there was a small voice in his heart, no. If the Covendere family really tied up that ugly old witch and sent her to her sister as a gift, Thales retracted his gaze from Zayn and frowned. Perhaps they might actually reconcile. Fortunately, Serena broke free of her shackles and was not caught by Zayn. Yes, an ugly woman. Thales secretly nodded for his nemesis. Well done. The prince thought as he put a piece of lettuce into his mouth. But you said you have the latest news about her. Zayn nodded. Anyway, after that, we paid extra attention to Lady Serena's whereabouts. In the past 6 years, the Night Kingdom's exile politicians' whereabouts have been uncertain. From Rival City to Sandlast, she has been seen everywhere. Until a few days ago, someone saw her in the Alliance of Freedom. Since, Thales froze for a moment, then immediately looked up. Where? Zayn smiled. That's right. The desperate Alliance of Freedom is doing everything possible to survive. They do not care about their dignity or the price they have to pay. Regardless of their origins or past, they are urgently asking for ambitious people from all walks of life to join the fight for justice. From criminals to mercenaries, from gangsters to thugs, they accept everyone and want everyone to resist the unjust invasion from Extet. And Lady Serena is one of them. She is even treated as a guest of honor. The ugly woman is, in the Alliance of Freedom, helping to resist Extet. The news that Gilbert brought about Extet's defeat and the unknown whereabouts of the Commander-in-Chief flashed through his mind. Saroma forced herself to endure. Her resolute and unyielding face also appeared before his eyes. But what followed was the increasingly clear image of Serena Corleone, who simultaneously possessed seriousness and cuteness, beauty and viciousness, 2 faces, one big and one small. Thale's heart sank and his chest was in chaos. No way. Old witch, it's you again. His neck, his wrist, the parts that had been bitten by the blood clansman felt strange again. Of course, this involves Extet. Perhaps you know more than I do. What do you think? Zayn took a sip of wine. Thales stared at the other party's wine glass and shook his head in disdain. Quenching thirst with poison. Anything that old witch has been involved in, no matter what, is bound to be bad. Zayn raised his eyebrows and did not deny it. Thales fell into deep thought. Zayn did not say anything. The two of them sat in silence for a while. Until Thales came back to his senses. That's it. Nothing else. Zayn looked up at him. That's it. Thales pursed his lips and nodded, intending to send him off. Then, at this moment, Zayn raised his arm and pointed at a noble in the crowd whose nose was red from drinking but was in high spirits, accepting the crowd's congratulations. Look, that's the Lawsonant family. After 2 generations, they've finally become hereditary vassals. Zayn's tone was a little drawn out. I just don't know how long it will last. Thales frowned slightly and pondered the other party's intentions. But the next moment, the Duke of Iris Flower's words surprised him. Thales. Zayn looked at Lord Lawsonant in the crowd with a deep gaze and a faint tone. Do you know how the relationship between a lord and a vassal came about? Thales was a little taken aback. This was the first time the other party had called Thales by his name tonight, without any title or title. The prince looked at the other party in confusion. The guardian Duke of South Coast seemed to be deep in thought. When humans had just emerged from the age of ignorance, when kings stood side by side and empires had yet to be born, the world was not peaceful. In the age of chaos and war, the weak would attach themselves to and surrender to the kings who had power, armies, and territory, seeking protection. And the people who were protected, in exchange, had to go to the land belonging to the king, lead their family and friends to farm, graze, work and produce, and work for the king in exchange for safety. Zayn turned his gaze and looked at the groups of guests who came forward to see the king. Cheryl, Northland, Rock Ridge, Rooter, Faraway Mountains, Thornland. All the ancient human kingdoms were built this way, without exception. Zayn narrowed his eyes and looked at King Kessel in the distance. Safety is the king's duty and the vassal's right. Safety. Thales suddenly remembered the oath King Chapman swore in Heroic Spirit Palace when he was crowned. As a Northlander, I will bear this heavy responsibility. As the king of the entire territory, I will rely on my breadth of mind and wisdom to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. As the king of the entire territory. Stand at the forefront of the kingdom, is that so? Thales remembered that day when Chapman wore the blood-stained crown and looked down from the crowd who were shouting, "Long live the king! Labor is the vassal's duty and the king's right." Zayn chuckled, seemingly disdainful. See, the essence of the monarch and vassal order is actually just a transaction. I work for you, and you protect me. He stared at the banquet hall below, at the guests who were drinking to their heart's content. If the vassal can no longer work, serve, or pay taxes, then the king has the right to drive the vassal away and take back the land. He turned his head again and looked at the highest point of the banquet hall, at Kessel V, who was looking down indifferently. If the king can no longer defend against foreign enemies and ensure safety, then the vassal has the right to abandon the king and look for another master. Thales frowned hard. He knew what the other party was going to say. Zayn turned his head and stared at the prince silently. This right and this matter is a matter of course and custom. Thales had the illusion that the Duke of South Coast, who was originally amiable and approachable, was showing off his abilities at this moment. Vassals and their vassals, suzerains and their people, all of them are the same. This is the cornerstone of our rule, the contract, and more importantly, the covenant. Zayn said softly, two sides, two sides, two sides, two sides of the scale, two ends of the road. But when the scale tilts, you must increase the stakes on one side and return to balance. Zayn stared at Thales. His tone was calm, his gaze indifferent, but for some reason, Thales still felt like he was being locked on. The prince looked at the lively banquet hall, listened to the decadent music, and slowly inhaled. I can't say that you're wrong. Thales looked back at Zayn and said seriously, at least, not completely wrong. Zayn stared at him for a few seconds before he chuckled. It was unclear whether he was laughing at this sentence or at Thales himself. The Duke of Coventry, who had a strict demeanor and a rather good reputation, turned his head and raised his goblet. His attitude slowly became casual and undisciplined. What's interesting is that, compared to us, in many places in the East, from Hanbol to Mainyi, from Liger State to Deshang Khanate, the rulers there truly have absolute power. Their monarch alone is supreme. Close to godlike. He took a sip of wine and said faintly, even better than the empire. Thales exhaled. I remember now. You said that you once traveled through the Eastern Peninsula. Yes, I'm a returnee. Zayn snorted and swirled his wine glass. Thales looked at Zayn's unusual casualness and raised his eyebrows. So? Zayn's eyes sparkled as he continued. From what I've seen and heard, the subjects there are simple and kind, but they are numb and tolerant. From top to bottom, they tremble in fear of supreme power, and are full of awe and even worship and appreciation. From when they were alive to when they died, they believed that the king who ruled them was incomparably holy. They believed that it was important to obey the traditions of their ancestors, and that as subjects, they only had the obligation to submit to adversity, or should I say, glory. Zayn's fingers squeezed the wine glass tightly. Among them, the widely respected morality is to hope that the high and mighty monarch is virtuous and benevolent, and to hope that the bureaucrats who ruled over the land are perceptive. If the ruler is not benevolent, the subjects will at most remonstrate with death, move the heavens and earth, and make the ruler change his mind. Their books are full of such stories as a model. Someone told me that this is determined by their history and tradition, their nature and habits, and it has its reasons. Although I think most of the time, it's just helpless self-deception. Thales did not speak. Zayn turned his head. This time, he left his distant memories and looked seriously at Prince Thales before him. During the days of traveling, I couldn't help but think, in that kind of place, once the king goes against the law to the extreme, once the court is dark and filthy to the extreme, then the dissatisfaction of the subjects and servants is due to tradition and lack of evidence, so they become gentle, weak, and non-threatening. His tone turned cold. Or is it because they have been repressed for a long time and have nowhere to vent, so they become more violent and bloodthirsty, leaving no leeway? Thales shuddered. At this moment, it was as if he had returned to Ghost Prince Tower, and the person in front of him was the repulsive Fakenhaz. A fierce horse will not succumb to an iron whip, and the rider will not give up whipping. Is it better than us? Or worse? Zayn stared at him, as if demanding an answer from the prince. Us and them. Which is more in line with the future of the world? Thales was silent for a long time. During this period, he even forgot that he was still at the banquet, that the king was still at the table, that his loyal subordinates were still diligently investigating a possible assassin, and that thousands of miles away, the girl he once went through life and death with might still be in prison. Zayn just waited quietly for him, his gaze deep and his intentions unclear. Finally, Thales took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I don't think we are qualified, and we don't need to judge and compare. Let alone talk about the future. Zayn frowned, as if a little disappointed. But Thales raised his head and looked at the endless stream of people coming and going in the banquet hall. He said seriously, but I believe that all things happen for a reason. I also believe that all things change and are not confined to one another. I also believe that all things come in different shapes. Zayn's frown deepened. I believe even more that no matter when, where, what, and who, Thales looked at him, his gaze was firm. History itself will choose the most suitable future for itself. Zayn thought for a moment and then smiled. History. You make it sound like it's a person and can decide for itself. Thales raised his eyebrows. Isn't it? Zayn seemed puzzled. But Thales just gently picked up a lettuce and looked at it attentively. The age of ignorance is over. The era of kings and the calendar of the empire have long become a thing of the past. He said in a seemingly casual manner. As the number of vassals increases and the land they rule expands, basic government affairs become more and more complicated. No matter how powerful a king is, it will be beyond his reach, let alone be able to take care of everything. Thales suddenly thought of King Nuvan. However, he was not the domineering, experienced, and ruthless-born king. Instead, it was the old man who sat on the steps with him after the duel, holding a cup of aged wine, lonely and dispirited. So many things on the land require the vassals to put down their shovels and make their own decisions. Thales said quietly. And after the vassals die, the king does not have the energy to take back every piece of land, big or small, and then theft them again. The prince looked up and gradually became serious. So, the land that was originally entrusted to the vassals gradually became inherited after the death of the father, passed down from generation to generation. The matters of the fief were decided by them themselves, and it gradually became a tradition. The property of the fief became the private property of the suzerain, and could not be easily stripped by the monarch or seized by others. Thales looked at the Duke of Iris Flowers. Vassals and suzerains like you then stepped onto the stage and became the protagonist of history, competitive, pioneering and enterprising. So the kingdom developed, layers upon layers of jurisdiction, civilization expanded, and governance improved. Thales said seriously. Then Constellation came to be today. Zayn's expression also became serious. But the Duke of South Coast did not know that at this moment, Thales was not thinking of Constellation. He was thinking of Extet. If back then, when Riker the hero founded the kingdom, he did not enfeoff the power to rule the kingdom to the other 9 knights who were both talented and ambitious, and let them raise their flags and go out on their own to expand their territory in different directions, and spread the name of Northland, would Extet still have its vast territory and illustrious reputation today? Would there even be a kingdom? Zayn snorted softly. Interesting. So you think that the autonomy and independence of us vassals is natural and unnatural? He looked at Thales with interest. Thales came back to his senses and smiled. I'm not done yet. When the private property of the fief became a consensus, the power of the vassals reached its peak, Thales said slowly. Some of them were even able to stand up to the king of a country. The scene of King Chapman's coronation appeared before his eyes again. The Kinslayer king stood with his head held high, his eyes were like ice, but there was a fire burning in them. The dragon scale crown stood firmly on his head. But Thales looked up and pursed his lips. In that scene, the one standing quietly in front of Chapman Lampard was not the former King Nuvan. Instead, it was the one towering at the peak of Dragon Cloud's mountain, which had not fallen after thousands of years of wind and rain, deep, dark, magnificent, heroic spirit palace. Thales felt his breathing stagnate. In front of it, King Chapman, who had once been incredibly terrifying, looked lonely, thin, and insignificant from the back. Thales clenched his teeth. But it was precisely because of this trend that authority gradually collapsed, and tradition slowly changed. The fief was no longer a rigid entrustment in the hands of the king. It was liberated and turned into a title deed that could be circulated and changed in the hands of different people. It could affect the livelihood of countless people who had taken root in it, and incite endless disputes around power and interests. So the vassals had their own selfish desires, the people had their own masters, the suzerains fought against each other, and territories and borders were exchanged. What flashed before his eyes were Archduke Pomfret, whose neck had been broken in a duel, and King Nuvan's head in a pool of blood. There was also Chapman Lampard's cold and sparkling eyes. When the land disputes in the kingdom became more and more intense, when the boundaries between king and vassals became blurred, when the contract of safety and labor gradually became invalid, and when the last bit of traditional dignity disappeared, the kingdom on the land fell into a crisis. He took a deep breath and continued. Just like that, the tradition and system that you said was born for the sake of safety, overdoing it is as bad as falling short, and harming itself, put an end to safety. In his mind's imagination, Thales quietly watched the terrifying king who faced heroic Spirit Palace alone. His footsteps were firm and never wavered, let alone weak. But, Chapman Lampard, you have to face. But in the next moment, Thales was shocked. For a moment, the scene before his eyes seemed to have changed. The figure standing in front of him was no longer King Chapman. Instead, it was another young man whom he had clearly never seen before, but was extremely familiar with. The young man was tall and straight, but he was alone. Thales was stunned. He saw that on the other party's head, there was a glittering silver crown adorned with 9 stars. And in front of the young man, Thales turned his gaze with difficulty. He saw the dome thing in front of the young man. It was a black pyramid that rose from the ground and reached the sky. It was quiet but dead silent, vast but heavy, magnificent but cumbersome. Thales stopped breathing for a moment. It was the one that endured and lay dormant under the starry sky, took root under the setting sun, and stood firm under the storm, Renaissance Palace. Chapter 552. Are you okay? Zayn looked at him in confusion. Thales tried hard to adjust his disorderly breathing so that he would not reveal any clues. Yes. Thales forced a smile and pushed the plate of lettuce away from him. It's just that I'm full and can't take it anymore. Zayn was silent for a moment, his gaze sharpening. So in your opinion, a vassal like me is still the main culprit? Is he the source of the country's chaos because of his selfish desires? Thales neither admitted nor denied it. He looked at the Duke and tried to forget what he had seen in his mind. Maybe. But this is not an accusation, because you are powerless. There was nothing he could do. Zayn savored the words for a while. He opened his mouth expressionlessly. Based on what you're saying, everything is inevitable. There's no room for negotiation between us. Thales stared at the Duke for a long time. He suddenly remembered the first time they met. At that time, they encountered the assassin sent by Arund. According to Stake, they were from Shadow Shield. If the hidden assassin jumped out at this time, wouldn't Zayn become the shield for him again? He was silent for a while before he shook his head. Who knows? But now that the crisis has arrived, new demands must originate from it. Thales was a little lost in thought. I think, when history gets tired of repeating itself, when people get tired of disputes, when countries get tired of internal strife, when the time comes, the absolute, sole, and supreme power of the monarch will be called upon again, needed, and pushed to be the protagonist of history. Zayn frowned. Just like in the past, after the kings, who always said what they wanted, fell from the peak of their power. Thales pointed at the man and smiled. The vassals split up the land and expanded the territory, becoming the main characters of history. Zayn pondered for a few seconds. Does this mean that the protagonist of history is first a king, then a vassal, and then a king again? He looked at King Kessel in the distance, then back at the prince. Only these two, nothing else. Thales snorted. King or vassal, one or many, congregate or disperse, exclusive or complete, central or regional, bureaucrats or squires, unified or divided, centralized or autonomous, hierarchical or absolute power. There are many names and many manifestations. Call them whatever you like. He shrugged. But just like what you just said, duality, bidirectional, two sides of the scale, two ends of the road. Zayn scoffed. It looks like we've gone around in circles and returned to the starting point. Thales shook his head in disapproval. You look like you're spinning on the spot. Maybe it's because you're standing in the wrong place, choosing the wrong angle. Jen looked at him. If you only stand in front of history, or if you fall behind it, then yes, it does look like it is spinning back and forth. Thales forgot the scene he saw in his mind just now, and his tone became relaxed. Up and down, back and forth, from a low place to a high place, and from a high place to a low place. But if you go in 3-dimension, I mean, move your noble ass, climb higher in history, and look down. Thales said slowly, perhaps you will discover that from this angle, under countless factors, in the unknown details, history is always moving forward and making new choices. Never walk in circles. Zayn frowned and thought for a long time. Just as Thales sighed and was about to continue, Zayn suddenly spoke. Like waves on the sea. Waves that rise and fall when viewed from a distance, rise and fall when viewed from a distance, but are actually always moving forward. Waves. Thales was surprised at first, then he smiled. That's right. He was going to say a common, spiral rise, but since Zayn had such a high level of awareness, Thales leaned back in his seat and looked silently at the king and the duke on the steps, as well as the various guests below. It doesn't matter whether it's a king or a vassal. Apart from going up and down, going back and forth, in history, every time they fight, every time they take over, and every time they clash, perhaps there will be new sparks. Thales' words became clearer. From the rise of ancient chauvinism to the divided governance of the kings, from the coexistence of city-states to the conquest of the empire, from the rise of warlords to the final empire, from the battle of eradication to the establishment of constellation, from the enfeoffment of the king of Renaissance to the reform of the virtuous king, under the sun, everything is new. He thought of the old crow and felt a little emotional. Zayn carefully pondered Thales' words. History moves forward like waves, and we are like a small boat on the waves, drifting with the current most of the time, but occasionally riding the wind and breaking the waves. Thales paused. A small boat on the waves, a very interesting way of putting it. But unfortunately, I think, this metaphor is both self-righteous and belittling. In the face of this contradictory answer, Zayn cast him a puzzled look. Thales turned his head and smiled. I think, we are the water, and even more so, the waves. Thales' expression was extremely serious. We are history itself. Zayn's expression changed slightly. This time, he turned his head back and was silent for a long time. Not far away, Mallows, who had been busy all night, met up with Glover, who had just returned from outside. Still nothing. Glover rubbed his hands that were red from the cold. He put on his gloves and shook his head. Nothing. The guests were carefully searched before they entered, and nothing that could be used as a weapon or poison was found in the gift storage room. The guests who approached His Majesty and the Dukes tonight, that's nearly 100 people, were all checked, and all of them were people of status. There were no imposters, and there was nothing suspicious, at least nothing particularly suspicious. Mallow's expression became more and more tense. Outside the hall, the police officers sealed off the roads for the whole night, and found nothing. Inside the hall, the royal guards, whether it was Renaissance Palace or us, also kept a close watch for a few hours, and did not find any assassins. Also, Glover hesitated for a moment, and said, "I heard from my acquaintance in the Vanguard Division that even the people from the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department came, and used some taboo methods to detect threats." The Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department. Mallow's eyes flashed. Glover continued. But in the entire Mindy's Hall, there was neither high-energy crystal drop resonance, nor high-concentration refined eternal oil reaction. At least, none of the guests were hiding unknown alchemy balls or mystic guns. But Mallows suddenly reached out and put his arm around his shoulder. Glover was startled. Mallows lowered his voice and looked serious. "What about other indicators? Formation interference. Incantation fluctuations. Law anomaly. Origin mutual rejection. Phenomenon of balance. Traces of unusual descent. What about other indicators of magic detection? What did the Secret Intelligence Department say?" Glover was dumbfounded by a few unfamiliar terms. Magic? I didn't say that much, Mallows frowned. Unexpectedly, another voice came from behind and answered him. None of them. Under their wary gazes, the vice-captain, Vogel Talon, walked coldly from behind them. There are no long-lost methods of wizards. At least it's not a magical assassination. Glover looked worriedly at his two superiors. But Mallows was still deep in thought and did not say anything. Patterson caught a few disheveled lovebirds in an empty room in the side hall. Dodd yawned, looking exhausted, and walked over from the other side to report. Also, Stone caught a few naked men and women chatting in some of the carriages. Bastia caught a few lazy fellows in the servants' passageway. There were a few people stealing food in the kitchen. But it's not a big deal. The basement and the fireplace were also empty. Also, 2 men were caught in the washroom. They were acting as 4-legged beasts in a single room. You know what I mean, hee. Old Leather wanted to report them, but I stopped him. Anyway, we have an extra sum of money this month, so we can improve our meals. Doyle smirked and shook his head. Until he saw Vogel. In shock, he tensed up as if he had been electrocuted. Ah. Talon, sir. Vogel glanced at him, concealing the disdain in his eyes. Doyle coughed violently and became serious again. Reporting, sir. Many of the elderly important guests have left. Count Casso can't hold his liquor, Baron Garth and his widow lover have gone home early, Duke Arund will be escorted back to his cell soon, and it's said that Prime Minister Cullen has also asked the Chief of Palace Steward if he can leave. He turned his head and looked at the guests in the center of the hall who were getting more and more hysterical. Only these youngsters are left. Mallows frowned as he watched a guest snatch a bard's lute, sing a love song to himself, and confess his love to a troubled lady. Aren't you tired after a night of eating, drinking, singing and dancing? Doyle narrowed his eyes and watched as the guest was stopped by another angry young man. The two of them exchanged a few harsh words and then came to blows, acting out a scene of 2 brothers fighting over a woman's affections. Stop fighting. A girl with a tired expression. Until they were successfully stopped by their sweetheart waving a handkerchief. The one I really love is actually your father. A girl with a face full of affection. That depends on who you're dancing with. Vogel snorted. So, we have to be prepared to work through the night. To wait for your assassin to appear. Glover and Doyle both glanced at Mallows, but the latter did not respond. You should be thankful that His Majesty has few matters to attend to tonight, and they have all been completed, Vogel said unhappily. Captain Adrian is persuading His Majesty to cancel the secondary arrangements and leave early. Can we put an end to this farce? Mallows pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Perhaps the assassin is still biding his time. Still biding. Vogel said disdainfully. After His Majesty and the Dukes have left, Mallows looked up. That will take away a large number of guards, and make the rest relax. The watchman looked up at the prince's seat. There, the Duke of Iris Flowers and Prince Thales seemed to be in the middle of a heated conversation, as though no one else was present. He frowned. And brings the target closer. Beside Thales, Zayn raised his wine glass again and watched the amorous anecdote that had attracted the attention of the crowd in the banquet hall. A green-faced old baron was quarreling with an old friend of many years, accusing him of seducing his daughter, whom he had planned to marry to his son, in spite of his age, his honor, and the friendship between the two families. Zayn retracted his gaze. King, vassal, and then king. Count Casso just proudly told me that your teacher in the north was Merrill Hicks. This was his teaching. Hearing the familiar name, Thales was in a daze. Half of it, he said wishfully. The old crow provided me with a lot of historical materials and details. I have to thank him for his persistent questioning, forcing me to think about every possible or impossible answer. As if the previous life was not enough. Zayn raised his glass to him. What about the other half? Thales shook his head. That's another person's. I guess it's a way of thinking. Zayn looked puzzled. 3 stages. Thales was a little absent-minded. Affirmation, negation, negation of negation. Looking at Zayn's puzzled expression, Thales smiled. Or you can understand it this way, king, vassal, and then a new king. Zayn immediately understood, but he still frowned. Way of thinking. Who said that? Thales sighed. Hegel. I don't remember. Who is he? Thales shook his head, you won't know. To be honest, he was a very, very, very long ago. The prince thought for a moment and smiled. Probably a wizard. Zayn was stunned. Wizard. He looked at Thales, the seriousness in his eyes deepened. I see, the Duke of Iris Flowers said faintly. Very enlightening. Zayn's gaze froze. No one knew what he was thinking. Thales looked at Zayn's thoughtful look and suddenly smiled. You know, according to this logic, Thales felt something in his heart. You have an apple, I also have an apple. If we exchange, each will still have an apple. Zayn looked puzzled. Thales raised his finger. But you have an idea, I also have an idea, when we exchange. Zayn seemed to have understood something and continued, 2 ideas. But Thales shook his head. No, more than that. He was a little lost in thought, that way, we will have an unprecedented third. New idea. Zayn was silent for a long time. At this moment, Thales suddenly saw King Kessel get up from his seat, and his attendant Stanley draped his cloak over his shoulders. The entourage of the king began to move. Some guests noticed the king's actions and came forward to bid farewell. But King Kessel did not seem to want to be high profile. He just waved casually and disappeared from the side door, surrounded by the royal guards. Queen Kia and Gines were not there, and Kessel's back looked even more lonely and cold. and the royal guards around him looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. Thale's heart tightened. If the assassin wanted to make a move, this was the last chance. He ignored Zayn's sizing gaze and looked around warily. However, a minute passed. Even when the king's huge entourage walked out of the banquet hall, no one jumped out with weapons and shouted slogans to assassinate the king. Thales watched the last person in the king's entourage disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, he did not expect the other party to say, "Son, I'm leaving." The prince subconsciously broke his perfect sitting posture, stretched, and hurriedly sat up straight before anyone could correct him. For some reason, without the king present, Thales felt much more relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Obviously, Thales was not the only one who felt this way. The biggest evidence was that after the king left, the music in the banquet hall grew louder instead of weaker, and the crowd's agitation increased instead of decreasing. But, what if the assassin's target was not the king? Thales touched the knife on the table, turned his eyes, and confirmed with Mallows. Fortunately, the Star Lake guards guarded the main roads around him very well. His Majesty left just like that? Zayn frowned. Yes. Thales turned back, and the absurd idea of Zayn taking the hit for him popped up in his mind again. There are other guests present, I think it's time for you to, but Zayn interrupted him. Your opening toast today was not bad. To God, to the country, to the king, to others, to faith. Zayn's gaze focused on Thales, clearly not wanting to leave. But few would say, to myself. Zayn said lightly, to myself. Thales frowned slightly. He felt that Zayn's mood had changed. Because of the king's departure, there were more guests who wanted to squeeze to the Duke of Star Lake's side, but they were all stopped by the Star Lake guards. The reason was ready-made and obvious. His Highness Thales was having a pleasant conversation with Duke Zayn and was not to be disturbed. Tell me, Thales. Zayn once again addressed the prince by his name. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and said softly. Have you ever thought? The Duke of Iris Flowers raised his head from his seat and looked at the huge pillars in the hall with a serious gaze. Back then, if that Lady Serena had not taken you by surprise and abducted you to Vine Manor, making you and I enemies from the beginning, later, if she had not sneaked into your convoy and attracted the Night Queen's pursuit, then today, we would be in a different situation. Thales stared at Zayn, his expression turning serious. What do you mean? But the Duke of Iris Flowers smiled slightly. Jade Star and Covendier, Enneagram and Iris Flowers, we actually don't have to be enemies. You and I, we can let bygones be bygones and stand together. Zayn stared at him, emotions churning in his eyes. In the future, in this crumbling world, achieve greatness. Thales' gaze shifted. Zayn slowly approached him, raised his wine glass for the third time, and revealed his signature, refreshing smile. As long as you are willing to accept peace, and no longer be my enemy. Thales was stunned. Zayn raised his eyebrows, moved his wrist, and gestured at Thales' wine glass on the table. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. At that moment, Thales felt like he had returned to many years ago. Back then, in the Northlanders' military tent, another much rougher man did the same, pushing his wine glass to the then prince and inviting him to drink with him. Thales quickly came back to his senses. He looked at Zayn's expression and smiled. Let bygones be bygones and stand together, this sounds familiar, the prince said playfully. 6 years ago, when I was on a diplomatic mission to Axtet, didn't you say something similar? Zayn's expression darkened. Thales looked at the other's expression and remembered what Duke Fakenhas said in Ghost Prince Tower, but you have to be more careful and vigilant. The powerful nobles and suzerains will scramble to find you and rope in the prince who has just returned to the kingdom. They will do everything they can to win you over to their side and turn you into the vanguard of Renaissance Palace. Thales stared at Zayn's expression and chuckled. I'm sorry, but maybe you should say, Jadestar and Covendier, let's just unite by marriage and become one family. In the future, our bloodlines will blend, advance and retreat as one, and share the constellation throne. At that moment, the prince clearly saw Zayn's expression turn cold and his breathing quicken. It was like a warm spring breeze suddenly crashing into a cold air mass. On the periphery, Doyle, who had returned to stand guard, yawned and nudged the honest-looking guard officer Ferry beside him. What did His Highness and the Covendier family talk about? Are they so close? They haven't left after so long. Speaking of which, Ferry, don't you think that although many ladies tried to get close to him tonight, His Highness, he prefers to stay with men? Perhaps not expecting Doyle to answer him, Ferry, who was staring at the guests loyally, froze for a second. I think so. Doyle looked puzzled. Why do you think that is? Ferry answered without hesitation. Because His Highness is also a man. Doyle was stunned. Feeling that something was wrong, he pondered for a while but could not find a flaw in the sentence. In front of Thales, the Duke of South Coast gently put down his wine glass. Our past conflicts were caused by accidents or forced by circumstances, but they were never intentional or personal grudges. Zayn took 2 deep breaths as if adjusting his mood. But this time, I'm serious. This time, it's just me and you. It has nothing to do with the families behind us. There's no need to involve them. The Duke of Iris Flower's tone was stiff, as if he was forcing himself to endure. It's just you and me. It has nothing to do with the families, this time, I'm serious. Thales chuckled in his heart. What's with this scumbag script of déjà vu? Chapter 553. As for what Zayn said, caused by an accident. Forced by circumstances. Definitely not a personal grudge. Thales narrowed his eyes and looked at Zayn, who was trying his best to control himself, but the Duke of Western Desert's words rang in his mind. Before accepting their kindness, please remember, they are only against your father, not truly loyal to you. Oh, is that so? Thales said coldly. In that case, 6 years ago, you lent Vine Manor to Serena because of an accident. You were also forced by circumstances, so after putting on a good show, you let the Night Queen come after me. Zayn's expression immediately turned ugly. What a coincidence. Thales sat upright and sneered. Do you know what lesson Lady Serena, who came to me thanks to you, taught me? Zayn's gaze stopped in the air and trembled with his breathing. But this is what you said. Times have changed. We have to look forward. But Thales shook his head slowly and enunciated each word. No, Your Grace, I reject your offer, because I don't believe you at all. The two faced each other in silence, their postures normal and polite. However, the atmosphere was so tense that no one could imagine it. The Duke of Iris Flower's brows struggled for a while. He seemed to be struggling to enunciate his words. I tried my best. I suggested it to you in a friendly manner. I even begged you, Thales, at least, but Thales did not care about the other party's acting. He interrupted him with a smile. Quick question and quick answer, back then, why did I go to Escapades? Zayn looked up. For sightseeing. To broaden your horizons. To freeload. To find a wife. Thales shook his head. None of those. Oh, right, I remember now. Thales' gaze sharpened and his tone tightened. Because a group of domestic vassals joined forces to kill the Escapades diplomat group, but they were used by someone else and incurred King Nuvan's wrath. And we need a sucker to clean up the mess and clean up after them. Zayn did not speak. But why did they attack the Escapades diplomat group? Thales leaned forward towards the other party, his expression dark. Why would you do that? Duke Zayn Covendier. Zayn's eyebrows twitched. You have been a prince for 6 years, and now you are the Duke of Star Lake. No matter how stupid the Northland barbarians are, they should have taught you that some things are beyond our control. The Duke of Iris Flower's gaze had turned completely cold, and his tone was no longer polite. What happened back then is a separate matter. It shouldn't have continued until now, and it shouldn't have implicated others. One thing is another. Thales smiled. The prince's expression darkened, and his gaze turned cold. Tell me, Zayn, even now, have you ever thought, back then, if I had not appeared, or if I had simply died in the hands of the vampires or the extensions? Thales gestured at the banquet hall with his chin. Then today, with this title, occupying this manor, sitting in this position, watching the endless stream of guests below, will it be you? Zayn looked up abruptly. Thales, this is the last time. Think carefully about your decision. The Duke of Iris Flowers gritted his teeth and hinted at a threat. I have given in enough, and my proposal is sincere enough. Don't force me to be your enemy. You won't think of that. But Thales responded with a sneer. The last time. Give in. Thales shook his head. If you don't cooperate with me, I will be your enemy. You call this giving in? Zayn stared at him. The Duke of Iris Flowers with a friendly smile was long gone. I have never forced you, Zayn. Your so-called forced, Thales said coldly, is just a choice you made yourself because you could not withstand the outside world's wavering. On the contrary, from the past to the present, from the beginning to the end, you have been the one forcing me. Thales' tone carried a warning. And everyone has to pay the price for their own choices. At this moment, the two of them stared at each other, and the temperature seemed to drop to the extreme. Zayn snorted angrily. When you were young, maybe you had no worries. But when you grow up, experience more, and have more, maybe you will understand that friends are much more important than enemies. Zayn spoke softly. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. But Thales laughed. Do you know, when I first arrived in Dragon Cloud City, that insufferably arrogant Nuven the Seventh also threatened me like this, either cooperate obediently, or die obediently. Zayn's gaze shifted. Thales' smile turned cold. Guess what happened to him that night? Zayn Covendier, how much harder is your skull than his? Zayn did not speak. But in the next second, the anger on his face melted like ice and snow, turning into a faint smile. It was as if the elegant, civilized, gentle, and friendly Duke of Iris Flowers had returned. But at that moment, Thales only felt a surge of coldness in his heart. Tell me, Your Highness. Zayn's smile did not diminish as he enunciated each word. You went to the north and lived in peace for 6 years. Did you really become strong, fearless, and tough? Thales frowned. No, the truth is, you know it very well. In the past 6 years, you were alone in the enemy's country, but you were still able to return safely without fear. You were even able to gain today's glory, fame, and fortune because of the powerful backing you relied on, because of his supreme crown and scepter. Thales' heart trembled. Zayn's dangerous smile made Thales extremely uneasy. And now, as the heir to the kingdom, you have escaped danger, returned to the kingdom's shade, returned to the shadow of the throne, returned to the vision of royal power, the Duke of Iris Flowers chuckled. Guess, what that powerful backing gave you was still unreserved protection and support due to the situation between us and the enemy. And you can dare to repeat the masterpiece that you relied on to become famous, like rejecting King Nuven, like confronting King Chapman head-on, rejecting him, confronting him head-on. At that moment, it was as if some kind of power had tightly bound Thales from the inside out. It made his chest feel heavy, and he could not move. The second prince. The Duke of Star Lake. The royal bloodline. Ha, you know it very well, and are even more afraid. Thales breathed with difficulty. As if he could smell what Thales was feeling, Zayn's tone also began to tighten. Believe me, in Constellation, you can be hurt much more than in Extet. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. And the people who can hurt you are also much stronger than the archdukes in Northland. Thales stared at him without saying a word. How does it feel, Your Highness? And when it happens to me? Duke Covendier clicked his tongue. This feeling of having your disguise and concealment torn apart, your vital parts pressed down, unprotected, and threatened. Thales used all his strength to resist the urge to turn his head away and fly into a rage out of humiliation. Threaten. Thales knew that he could not show weakness, let alone reveal any clues. His tone was calm. No, Your Grace. You know, you are not threatening me, but the Jade Star royal family, and my father. Zayn chuckled. Then go tell him. The smile in his eyes made Thales very uncomfortable. Tell him that the Duke of South Coast is not on good terms with you. When everyone loves you, fawns over you, and expects you, he dares to speak rudely and threaten you maliciously. Look at your father, look at our king, who loves his people like his own children. Is he inclined to stand up for his son to achieve you, love you, and guide you? Or is he more willing to see me as a good axe in this kingdom to beat you, threaten you, and suppress you? The chill in Thales' heart reached its peak. It did not diminish at all. It was an unbearable bone-chilling chill after his mask and disguise, armor and clothes were completely torn apart. As I said, this has nothing to do with our family. There is no need to get involved. Zayn shook his head gently. But you insist on being stubborn and stubborn. Thales looked at him sharply. Then what can you do? The Duke of Starlake gritted his teeth, but he knew that this counterattack was futile. Send another female vampire to kill me. Kill his heir. Let's see how my father will react. Zayn responded with a sneer. Didn't we try it once? Zayn Covendier clicked his tongue. You're injured, and he benefits, isn't he quite satisfied with that? Thales held his breath. So, is this a declaration of war? The prince said through gritted teeth. Zayn stood up gently, still amiable and friendly. No, of course not. Zayn replied with a beaming face, which then turned into a biting chill. Next time. And believe me, I can do far more than that. Thales clenched his fists. Then, have a pleasant evening, Your Highness, Duke of Star Lake. The Duke of Iris Flowers, Zayn Covendier bowed gracefully and made his final farewell sarcastically. May you rather die because of your friends, than perish because of your enemies. Thales looked at Zayn's receding figure and tried to return to being the qualified master of Mindy's Hole. But he found that it was not that easy. Zayn Covendier. What the hell is wrong with this guy? At the banquet, following King Kessel's departure, elderly people such as Prime Minister Cullen also left. But most of the guests were still present, drinking and laughing without restraint. Due to the departure of the elders, the banquet hall became even noisier. The laughter and shouts became crazier and more unbridled. The people from the flag-bearer division urged Duke Arun to leave, but the latter dilly-dallied, obviously not very cooperative. Most of the 7 Jade Star attendants remained in place, seemingly determined to show their attitude towards the Duke of Star Lake. The only thing that made Thales happy was that because the revelry in the banquet hall had reached a new stage, no one came to disturb His Highness. Mallows finally had a chance to report to him. You and Duke Covendier seem to have a good chat. Thales snorted softly and tried to suppress his emotions. Very good. We're old acquaintances, old friends. Old enough to explode at the slightest provocation. Mallows looked at Zayn's receding figure thoughtfully. Then, Your Highness, if you have any questions, you might as well consult your police officer friend. Police officer friend. Thales was stunned. What? You mean, Cohen? Mallows nodded. The Caribbean family of Walla Hill has always been a pillar of South Coast. They've been on good terms with the Covendier family of Jade City for generations. I know them very well. Especially, Mallows looked at the expressionless Thales, then at the Duke of Iris flowers in the distance. Ease the enmity and mediate the peace. Of course, when I said consult, I meant to contact Police Officer Cohen Caribbean's father and consult him again. Not that big blockhead. Ease the enmity, Thales was shocked. He quickly pinched his face to make sure he did not show any hatred or anger. Is it that obvious? No, you've done very well. You've improved since the last time, Mallows said calmly, confirming that his senses were still sharp. It's just that I'm more sensitive to the emotions and atmosphere around me. Thales sighed. Alright, speaking of which, where's the assassin? Mallows was silent for a while. We're fully prepared and have been waiting for him to reveal himself. The watchman was still unperturbed, but Thales, who had been with him for a long time, could sense that Mallows was not too happy. But, until His Majesty left, Mallows said calmly, to be honest, if he didn't show up, even I would have started to wonder if I was being overly anxious. Oh. That's a rare display of self-awareness, Mallows. Both of them turned around at the same time. Vice Captain Vogel walked up with a frown and bowed to Thales. Your Highness, although His Majesty has left, I've been instructed to stay with some men until the end of the banquet to ensure your safety. Thales forced a smile. Thank you. No need to thank me. Vogel looked at Mallows with displeasure. I have to thank someone for his selfless advice and diligence. Mallows was expressionless. Both Glover and Doyle returned, but their report was still that everything was normal. Maybe he gave up after His Majesty left. Thales rubbed his forehead tiredly. From Saroma to Zayn, his head was now packed to the brim. He did not feel like talking about the assassin at all. It's okay, it's a good thing. Or he's still waiting, including for His Majesty to leave. Mallows looked around the banquet, seemingly dissatisfied. And now is the perfect time to strike. Vogel snorted sarcastically through his nose. Thales could only fake a helpless smile. After His Majesty leaves. So you mean, he's here to kill me? Or one of the dukes present? Mallows did not answer. Thales looked forward to it with all his heart. For example, the one with the surname Covendier. On the other side, Duke Zayn returned to his seat. He greeted everyone with a warm and amiable smile. As always, he was impressive. His old butler, Ashford, poured a glass of wine for his master without a word. It was Zayn who spoke first. Ashford, when you go back, check the library in the house, the banned books, no matter how old they are. Ashford nodded expressionlessly. What do you want to check? A wizard, Zayn said calmly. His name is Hegel. Ashford frowned slightly but did not say anything. Wizard. Magic. Zayn was secretly disdainful. Damn the Jade Star royal family. They really dared to teach their children everything. Zayn thought as he looked at the Duke of Star Lake. Coincidentally, Thales was also looking at the Duke of Iris flowers at the same time. Their gazes met in the air. One was friendly, the other indifferent. But equally complicated. Both of them felt suffocated. As if they had a tacit understanding, they smiled at each other and nodded at the same time. And that mysterious assassin struck at that moment. Chapter 554. Bang! Thud. A few muffled thuds came from the banquet, along with the crowd's cries of surprise. As he was prepared, Thales did not panic. But the moment he instinctively stood up, Mallows, who was beside him, mercilessly shoved him. The force was so strong that he almost suspected that his personal guard captain was the assassin. Thales fell into Glover's broad arms. Before he could react, 3 burly men from the Star Lake Guard's guard division, Bastia, Franzuk, and Ferry, appeared out of nowhere and pounced on Thales. Together with Glover, they formed a wall around the Duke of Star Lake and pressed him tightly against the wall, leaving no room for escape. Highest alert. Guard Division in position. Vanguard Division reporting. Mallow's voice came from the gaps between the 4 burly men. Forget about what happened, protect His Highness and escort him to safety. So the 4 walls supported him as he stumbled and moved unstoppably. Thales, who was covered in sweat, felt his vision go dark. Half of his face was pressed against Bastia's sturdy abs, and it hurt through his armor. For a whole 5 seconds, he could only struggle to spread his arms and create a path between the 4 thick walls of human flesh. Give me some space. In his ears, he could hear the commotion in the banquet getting louder and louder. From time to time, he could hear the muffled thuds of tables and chairs, the shouts of male guests, and the screams of female guests. Oh my God! Pull them apart. No! Baron! Damn it, what's going on? Fortunately, Thales had barely moved a few meters in frustration when Vice Captain Vogel's anxious voice rang out. Damn it, Royal Guards, calm down. That's not an assassination at all, it's very far away from us. It was the sound of a lifesaver. Thales felt his feet stop. Wait a minute, Mallow's voice rang out, let's take a look. The next second, light reappeared in front of Thales' eyes. Although he was still surrounded by several guards, he, who had regained the right to breathe, held on to Ferry's shoulder and stood up with much difficulty. What happened? As the Duke of Star Lake had the advantage of having a higher seat, Thales looked towards the center of the commotion. The guests in the banquet hall stood on their tiptoes and gathered around curiously. In the middle of the crowd was an empty space. A long table had long been overturned, dishes and cutlery were scattered all over the floor, and many guests had fallen and were helped up by the people around them. What the hell? Thales did not understand what was happening at the banquet. But he could see that the Duke's table was also tense. The royal guards escorted the unhappy Zay into a corner, but his butler calmly followed with his master's wine glass. The one-eyed dragon, Koster, angrily pushed away the 2 guards who wanted to take him away. The latter dared not say a word despite his anger. Duke Arund received the same treatment as Thales. He was immediately surrounded by the guards of the flag-bearer division. The 2 commanders of the guards present looked solemn as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Mallows nervously communicated with the Star Lake Guards, while Vogel ordered the men from Renaissance Palace, but the latter kept sending men out, while the former kept gathering men back. Hurry up and find out what happened. If it's drunken sex, suppress it no matter how big it gets. We'll talk about it tomorrow. This was Vogel. Maintain the highest level of alert, Mallow's voice sounded, full of vigilance. Protect His Highness well. This may be a disturbance caused by an assassin, looking for an opportunity to strike. Doyle was annoyed at not being able to squeeze into Thales' protection team of 4 immediately, but after hearing this, he said confidently, "Leave it to me, sir." He tried his best to move to Thales' side. "With me here, even if the entire Mindy's Hall blows up, no one can touch a hair on His Highness, but at this moment." Hey, Franzuk, who was the tallest and had the best view, stared at the restless crowd and said hesitantly, "That looks like your father." Doyle was stunned. What? He hurriedly squeezed out of the formation of the guard division, stood on his tiptoes, and grabbed onto Franzuk's shoulder. Not only Doyle, but everyone else was stunned as well. Franzuk, who saw the truth, stuttered. "He's probably drunk and fighting with someone." Thales narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, a figure that bore some resemblance to old Baron Doyle was knocked to the ground and dragged, screaming non-stop. Someone tried to rush forward to stop it, but it did not seem to work. Around them was a screaming crowd. They kept retreating as the center of the conflict shifted. Oh no, this is an occasion. Doyle saw the situation clearly, stomped his feet in anger, and scratched his head anxiously. Stupid old man. I really King give up. Doyle pressed down on his weapon and was about to charge down instinctively, but Mallows pushed him back to Thale's side with a furious expression. Stay at your post, Dennis Doyle. Doyle snapped out of his daze and awkwardly returned to the formation. Indeed, it's that slippery, greedy, opportunistic old Baron. Vogel came to Mallows' side and frowned. He can actually fight with someone. A few servants rushed over, trying to maintain order while helping the guests affected by the conflict. But the next moment, the man dragging old Baron Doyle turned around and threw the two servants a few meters away. Oh, Sunset. Stop fighting. Good. Good fight. Keep fighting. Hit him. We Northlanders support you. Help him. Step back. There's nothing to see. A number of guests of higher status and character tried their best to maintain order and get everyone to step back. The crowd yelled and moved a little further away. Mallows and Vogel frowned at the same time. All right, Thales did not know if old Baron Doyle could fight with someone. But he could tell that the Baron's opponent was really good at fighting. Doyle was extremely anxious as he watched. Pass the word down, continue to maintain the highest level of alert, Mallows ordered after listening to the report. Clearly, Vogel was no longer in the mood to point fingers at Mallows. He was equally serious. Stay focused and watch out for suspicious people. This is a good time to fish in troubled waters, and protect the other dukes and nobles. Let the emergency team take action. No matter what it is, whether it's jealousy or a drunken brawl, suppress it immediately. But, no, Lord Talon. Mallows stared at the two people at the center of the conflict and interrupted Vogel. I recognize that look. Mallows' next sentence made everyone tense up. It's that assassin. Thales was shocked. What? Doyle's eyes widened. My old man. Assassin. Doyle let out an ugly laugh. No, sir, stop joking. At his level, he might not even be able to defeat my stepmother's pet cat, but as Doyle spoke, he realized something. His face paled and he subconsciously looked towards the center of the hole. No more killing. A high-pitched female voice rang out from the crowd. Blood. There's blood. Thales only had time to see a flash of cold light. The banquet crowd retreated again. The next second, he was once again surrounded by the royal guards. He could only hear the voices around him. Stop them. Help. Someone's injured. That's not necessary. Thales squeezed through a small gap and peeked out from under Glover's armpit. Don't panic. Just guard our posts and protect His Highness and the nobles. Let the others deal with the situation, Mallows ordered coldly. But sir, my father, Doyle seemed to be anxiously defending himself. At this moment, an angry and gloomy male voice broke the stifling atmosphere and reverberated throughout the banquet hall. Silence. I don't want to hurt you. If you don't want to die, step back. Thales was blocked behind Glover and could not see anything clearly. But the noise from the crowd seemed to stop abruptly, and then turned into a low murmur. Sir, we should stop this immediately. It was Doyle's voice again, extremely anxious. His footsteps followed. Mallows's exasperated voice came. Damn it, Glover, stop him. Thales felt the space in front of him loosen and he regained his vision. Glover had grabbed Doyle by the waist, who was about to charge forward, and pushed the latter to the ground. As for the hall, what's going on? Vogel looked at the center of the banquet hall in disbelief. A young male noble was glaring angrily, holding the bruised and trembling old Baron Doyle hostage with his left hand, while his right hand held a sharp dagger that gleamed coldly. "Step back. Everyone," he warned. As he turned around, the dagger kept pointing at the crowd around him. Wherever the tip of the dagger pointed, the crowd retreated until the empty space became larger and larger, leaving only him and the Baron. That dagger. How did he get the weapon? All the guests, Vogel was both shocked and furious. He quickly summoned his subordinates. It doesn't matter. Mallows did not care much about the assassin on the other side. The watchman first turned around to size up Thales, and found that the curious Duke was only disheveled and had a slightly messy hairstyle. The important thing is, he got it. Thales, who was locked between the three human walls, blinked hard as he watched the scene of hostages being held in the field. "What's going on? Let him get up, Glover. You're a big guy, stop pressing down on him." Glover finally got up, pulled the indignant Doyle up, and patted him on the shoulder. In the hall, a few guests with higher prestige came forward and advised the young man who was holding the hostage. "Calm down, sir, there's no need to use swords, we can slowly talk through any conflict. Everyone, the weather is so good, why don't we sit down and have a drink?" As they spoke, two Mindy's hall guards saw the opportunity and pounced from behind, trying to subdue the hostage-taker. But Thales saw the young man slam the hilt of Baron Doyle's sword, causing the latter to fall to the ground in pain, and immediately turn around. The sword flashed. Clang! Clang! With a few soft clangs, the young man's figure flitted past the guards surrounding him. One of the guards fell to his knees in pain and was kicked a few meters away. Another guard screamed as his weapon fell to the ground, and he held his bleeding arm as he retreated. Seeing the blood, the crowd exclaimed again. In an instant, reinforcements arrived. 3 guards pushed their way through the crowd, but paused just as they were about to swarm forward. "Take a step forward." The young man grabbed old Baron Doyle's collar and placed the dagger against his neck. "Then he's really dead." The young man did not look handsome, but his eyes were extremely determined. The crowd whispered among themselves. Countless eyes were focused on him, including many important figures. Only Thales frowned slightly. This person in front of him, this assassin, looks familiar. Mallow's gaze darkened. This skill, Vogel, who was watching the situation unfold in surprise, nodded. "Quite impressive. And style. Nice postures, exquisite moves, tricky angles," Mallows mused. "It's the Tower of Eradication's rose swordsmanship." The skills of the Tower of Eradication. "You mean," Vogel's expression was solemn, "a foreign noble?" Mallows nodded. "Possibly." At this moment, a shrill female voice rang out of nowhere. "You despicable bastard." A noblewoman with makeup on broke free from the crowd, raised a dinner plate, and charged at the assassin like a madman. The guards and the hostage-taker were startled. "I'm going to kill you," the woman's dinner plate slammed into the young man. The latter did not retaliate, and only dragged the old Baron back. For a moment, he was in a sorry state. Until he could not take it anymore. With a roar, he rammed into the woman, knocking her 2 meters away. The old Baron exclaimed. "You'd better step back, Lady Doyle." The young man gritted his teeth and pressed the tip of his sword against the shivering Baron Doyle. "I don't have the habit of using violence against women." Baroness Doyle was in a sorry state. Her makeup was streaked with tears, but she struggled to get up and said hysterically, "If you're going to harm my husband, then you'd better kill me first." The young man gritted his teeth, while the hostage-taker exhaled in pain. "Damn woman, what's the use of you coming here?" the old Baron said angrily. "Step back." Sitting on the ground, the tearful Lady Doyle's expression changed. What? What did you call me? For a moment, her ferocity was on full display. Old Baron Doyle shuddered instinctively. I mean, my dear, please step back, the Baron's voice softened. He forced an ugly smile under the blade of his sword. Listen to him, step back, and protect yourself. That's how I can live. At this moment, an angry male voice rushed into the arena along with footsteps. Let him go. Let go of my father. Thales was shocked. Only then did he realize that Doyle had broken free from Glover's custody, left the formation, and rushed into the arena. Towards his father. Vogel frowned and looked at Mallows. The latter stared gloomily at the ashamed Glover. The banquet crowd exclaimed again. No one cared about the guards who were trying to maintain order and disperse the crowd. Doyle's charge was extremely fast. In an instant, he knocked away the guards and unsheathed his sword. Clang! The young man had no choice but to exchange a blow with Doyle. Come at me if you have a problem. Doyle was enraged. His sword swung wildly and went straight to the point. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. This was the first time Thales saw Doyle draw his sword. Doyle was different from the impression Thales had of him in the past. His swordsmanship was upright, bright, and glorious compared to the glib and frivolous Doyle. His footsteps were steady, his movements smooth, and his attacks and defenses were well balanced. In just 2 moves, he forced the hostage-taker to retreat continuously. Your father. In 2 seconds, the hostage-taker sneered and defended himself. Your father. Bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ha ha ha. But this was not a fair fight. The young man kicked a wine glass at his feet. By the time Doyle blocked the glass, the hostage-taker's sword was already at the old baron's neck. Step back, or I'll kill him now. The young man pushed the baron in front of him to block Doyle's view. His voice trembled. He was even more resentful than Doyle. Doyle was furious. The knight's sword in his hand trembled. Ah! Coward! But the young man was unmoved. He even pulled the old baron's hair in a show of force. Instead, the old baron spat harshly. Brat, Baron Doyle, whose face was bruised and had difficulty speaking, said with difficulty, "This is your father's business. Take your mother and scram." Doyle breathed in pain, but in the end, he lowered his sword and stepped back to help his stepmother up. Thales could not help but speak. Lord Mallows, perhaps we, but the next moment, Mallows interrupted him with a gloomy voice. His words were laced with an unbearable chill. All of you. Drag that guy back, even if you have to break his legs. Thales was momentarily speechless. The Star Lake guards looked at each other. 3 of them stepped forward and left to carry out the order. Many of Doyle's skills were not bad, but 2 fists were no match for 6 hands. Praka dispelled his resistance, Commodore restrained his struggles, and the young Ness was the most direct. A heavy punch to his abdomen did not work, so he punched a second time. Until the dying Doyle was dragged back to the guards' formation by the 3 of them amid his stepmother's sobs. In the distance, the dukes had different expressions. Zayn was deep in thought, One-Eyed Dragon was furious, Duke Val looked on coldly and even had the mood to pour wine for himself. Further down, the 7 Jade Star attendants who were directly under Central Territory were not so calm. Baron Doyle, who was also one of the 7 Jade Star attendants, was being held hostage. Viscount Adrian was speaking worriedly to Lozano Glover. Baron Stone was gritting his teeth. Little Iron Spike, Lady Barney held her son's hand tightly and comforted Luther Barney, who was curled up and crying at the start of the conflict. Viscount Patterson, who was old and hard of hearing, tried his best to listen to his 2 nephews' horrified reports of the crisis. He would ask questions loudly from time to time, which eased the tense atmosphere. "Young man, this is a royal banquet, and the Honorable Duke Thales is present." Among the crowd, the honorary Count Godwin, who was rather prestigious among the king's supporters and was in charge of receiving guests at royal banquets, stepped out from the crowd. His voice was calm and gentle. "No matter what the reason is, your actions are unwise and may even hurt many people. Whether it's Baron Doyle or yourself." In the face of Count Godwin's persuasion, the hostage-taker laughed. His laughter was desolate and desperate. It made Thales deeply uneasy. But just a few seconds later, the young man took a deep breath and tried to put away his madness and anger. "I'm very sorry, Your Grace. But everyone, please do not panic." Seeing that the panicked crowd had gradually calmed down, and that the guards in front of him had no intention of attacking, the young man panted and said loudly, "Just listen to me." The hostage-taker dropped the old baron, looked around, and said through gritted teeth, "I am educated and courteous. I have no intention of harming the innocent at Mindy's Hall's banquet. I have no choice but to resort to this." Old Doyle, who was at his feet, scoffed. "Bah!" But the young man's gaze turned sharp. He lowered his head and kicked him mercilessly. "Shut up, old varmint!" The crowd exclaimed again. "The guards here can't handle it. We have to do something." On Thales' side, Vice Captain Vogel instructed his orderly in a low voice, "Control the perimeter. Quietly and gradually evacuate the crowd. Observe your surroundings, don't let your guard down, and don't let that guy discover you." Many people obeyed the order and got to work. Vogel turned around. "Are you sure it's him? Is it possible that it's someone else, and he's just bait?" Mallows nodded calmly. "Judging from his gaze, I'm sure." The watchman ignored the unresigned Doyle, who was restrained by the two men, "But I'm wrong about one thing, his target is not His Highness, but Baron Doyle. So what should we do?" Thales could not help but ask, "Let him take hostages. The king is not here. Perhaps the highest-ranking Duke of Star Lake, the owner of this place, should step in." "No," Mallows rejected quickly and left no room for negotiation. "Listen up, Your Highness, you stay here." Thales was rendered speechless. The vice-captain furrowed his brows. Mallows turned his head around. His expression was capable and swift. "Glover, go and gather Morgan, Itariano, Pedrassi. And Toledo and Trefanov." Glover was startled and looked puzzled. In the Star Lake Guards, it was understandable that Morgan was a veteran of the Vanguard Division. But Itariano belonged to the Logistics Division, and Pezzarossi was Penal Officer Patterson's follower. As for Toledo and Trefanov, both of them used to be Mallows' subordinates in the Command Division. After arriving at Mindy's Hall, they continued to serve as his messengers. But these candidates who seemed to be unrelated to each other, they're all good at scouting or sniping. The solemn Mallows explained clearly in one sentence, "Equip the crossbows. With you as the leader, split into 3 groups and go up to the platform. Find a firing range and wait for my signal. It's best if you can kill with 1 arrow, or 2 will do." But Vogel's expression changed drastically. "You're crazy." The vice-captain held down Glover, who was about to leave with the order, and said to Mallows through gritted teeth, "Look around, from dukes and counts to the 7 Jade Star attendants." Thales subconsciously glanced at the guests and noticed that many of them were secretly casting glances in their direction. Mindy's Hall, a royal banquet. All the influential nobles and high-ranking officials in the capital are here. It's as if the entire kingdom is watching. Vogel glanced around worriedly and said in a low voice, "If he stabbed without saying a word, that would be fine. But he's holding a hostage and negotiating with Count Godwin." Mallows frowned. "Drunken disputes and personal grudges are one thing. But if he's killed in public without regard for the hostage and blood is spilled, and it's the royal family who did it first, then it's another. Mallows shook his head. That's the least troublesome, Vogel hurriedly interrupted him. That's the troublesome part. The leader once again had a different opinion. The royal guards around him trembled in fear, not daring to breathe too loudly. Even Thales, who had relaxed after realizing that he was not assassinated, tensed up again. The vice-captain glared at the watchman. Don't forget, Prince Thales is the host of the banquet. If one of the 7 Jade Star attendants dies here, it'll be on his head. Thales was shocked. Besides, if you fail to behead him, and that guy goes berserk and starts killing people, the situation will get out of control. Vogel's voice grew more cautious. And anyone here, even an underage girl, will have a great responsibility. Mallows was unmoved as he observed the terrain of the field. We can drag the negotiation, gradually clear the scene, clear the area of fire, reduce the scope of impact and collateral damage. This isn't just damage on the body. Vogel's voice grew more urgent. He was clearly losing his patience. For the sake of sunset, bright moon, and dark night. This is just a banquet dispute. Don't make it look like a rebellion in the palace, a bloody war. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Rebellion in the palace, a bloody war, the vice-captain glared fiercely at Mallows. It's been so many years. This is the first royal banquet after the return of the heir to the kingdom. The last thing we need, and the last thing we can have, is this kind of situation and impression. Do you understand? This time, Mallows was silent. He did not refute Vogel's lecture. Count Godwin has stepped forward, and the best outcome is a negotiated settlement. Vogel collected his emotions and looked at the scene again. Killing him mercilessly is the worst plan. On the other side, Count Godwin's negotiation with the hostage-taker continued. Young man, you're in the prime of your life. Why waste it? Count Godwin's words were as gentle as ever, and sounded sincere. Put down your weapons, release Baron Doyle, and we'll talk slowly. I guarantee on my reputation that you'll get the help you deserve. The young man wiped the blood off his face and glanced at the old baron at his feet. Honorable Count Godwin, you have a good reputation, and I'm grateful for your concern and help. His gaze was filled with indifference and resentment. But I'm sorry, you can't help me. No one can help me. There's no need to be so certain, young man. Count Godwin gestured for the guards not to agitate him as he said gently, First of all, who are you? The young man was silent for a while. The next second, he pressed down on the old baron's shoulder, causing the latter to tremble in fear. I am Anchor Byrol. The hostage-taker, whose face was covered in blood, looked up, but his words exuded a sense of pride. From the Byrol family of Crow Caw City in the western desert. The young man who called himself Anchor Byrol's voice trembled. I'm His Majesty Kessel's loyal servant, a brave warrior, and, his voice trailed off. Insignificant subjects. Anchor slowly raised his head and looked at everyone with a sharp gaze. And my father is one of the thousands of suzerains in Constellation, the Baron of Crow Caw City. There was a small commotion in the crowd. Many turned around to look for friends who were in the western desert, or were familiar with it, in an attempt to dig out some information. Damn it, it's a foreign hereditary noble. On Thale's side, Vice-Captain Vogel hurriedly waved his hand and summoned his subordinates from the flag-bearer division. Go check if it's true, and inform Renaissance Palace immediately. Count Godwin discussed with a few friends. Anchor, right? The Byrol family. Since you're of noble birth and have been educated since you were young, Count Godwin turned around, his tone gradually turning from gentle to stern. Then you should know, whether it's kidnapping the old and weak or despicable assassination, disturbing guests or insulting the banquet host, it will bring shame to your family. Anchor panted on the spot in a daze. Please forgive me for taking the risk and disturbing all of you because I have nowhere else to go. His voice was dry and hoarse. Filled with despair. Anchor raised his sword with a face full of hatred and pressed it against the old baron's neck again. Because only here can I catch this damned old varmint. Force him to look me in the eye. Looking at the other party's determined gaze, Thales had a thought. This bastard, Doyle, who had recovered a little, was still held down by his arms by his colleagues. He gritted his teeth and struggled. If you have the guts, you, but he did not finish, because Mallows suddenly turned around and mercilessly slapped him across the face. Smack! Doyle was stunned. He stared blankly at Mallows, whose gaze was as sharp as a knife. If you want to kill your father, just say it. The watchman said coldly, let him go. I'd like to see how many more stupid things you can do today. Praka, who was holding him, hesitated for a moment before loosening his grip bit by bit. Commodore, on the other hand, decisively let go of Doyle. The latter took a few deep breaths, touched his swollen face, trembling as he looked at his father who was being held hostage. Finally, he clenched his teeth and squatted down in pain. Mallow's actions were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Vogel, who was watching from the side, frowned. Thales was also taken aback. But the Duke of Star Lake recovered and looked at the situation. He was focused on another part. The assassin, Anchor Byrol. It's him. Thales' expression was solemn. He recognized him. At the start of the banquet, the prince improvised and gave an opening speech. And after his bold F***CKU, Chapman Lampard, a young noble was the first to respond by raising his glass and shouting back. To Duke Thales. To his open-mindedness, wisdom, breadth of mind, courage, and youth. It's him. It was his generous echoing response that elicited a tidal wave of responses and blessings from the guests to the Duke of Star Lake. Thales recalled the scene just now and looked at the young man with mixed feelings. He held a sword in one hand and held the dying Baron Doyle hostage with the other. His expression was resolute and determined. Just like what Mallows had said, facing death with equanimity. Anchor, you said your father is a suzerain, the Baron of Crow-Caw City, Count Godwin said slowly. Would he be willing to see you like this? Anchor shuddered. My father, Baron Byrol of Crow-Caw City. He clasped the old Baron's neck tightly, his eyes glazed over as he murmured, no matter how unwilling he is, he won't be able to see me anymore. Count Godwin was stunned. Anchor took a deep breath, became angry and focused again, and looked at everyone. A few months ago, as one of the suzerains of the Western Desert, my father responded to Duke Fakenhaz's call. He led the army westward on an expedition into the desert. Thousands of miles away, he spread the might of Constellation. Thales was stunned. An expedition into the desert. Wasn't that? Anchor's voice echoed in the hall, high-spirited and generous. He was ordered to lead the army. For His Highness Thales' return journey, clear the way. Thales was stunned. Many gazes were directed at the prince, encompassing all kinds of things. Among them were Zayn's interest, the one-eyed dragon's sharpness, and Duke Val's indifference and silence. Wait a minute. Thales suppressed his surprise. The trip to the Western Desert replayed in his mind. A few months ago, the local conscripts of the Western Desert dukes who cleaned up the desert with the regular army of the royal family. Their fate, until that early morning, a few hours before Duke Thales was finally found, Anchor said in a daze, taking advantage of the legendary wing's absence from the camp, the Baron Bone people and orcs launched a massive attack and invaded the Blade Fang's dune camp. My father, who was still in the camp, was suddenly attacked in his sleep. His army was almost completely wiped out. And he himself was seriously injured. Blade Fang's dune, Thales' heart trembled. The murderous gaze of the legendary wing, Baron Roman appeared before him. And his chilling words, kill our way back to the camp. No matter who we meet, be it humans, mixed breeds, Sal. Re. Kai. Thale's breathing stagnated. As the general of a defeated army, my father returned home dejectedly. When he returned to Crocaw City, he was criticized. The assassin, the hostage-taker, Anchor Byrel took a deep breath and raised his head with bloodshot eyes. Not long after, his injuries worsened, and he suffered both physical and mental torture. The young man with the sword raised his head and looked at Thales, who was high above him. He said hoarsely, he died in pain. On the other end of his line of sight, Thales clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. 8,000 words, no more chapters. Take it away. You're welcome. Meeting a friend tomorrow might not be any better. Monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 555. After introducing himself, the hostage-taker in the banquet hall caused quite a commotion. The surrounding guests discussed animatedly. Count Godwin, who was in charge of negotiations, sighed. Please accept my condolences, young man. Your father's heroic act brought back the air of constellation. If he died for it, it would be worthy of remembrance. Anchor did not speak. The Count's tone changed to a slightly reprimanding tone. But this is not a valid reason for your actions. Anchor remained silent, but his eyes were unfocused. Looking at Anchor's expression, Count Godwin frowned. He realized that tonight's matter might not be so easily resolved. The Count subconsciously looked up, but the king's seat was empty. Only the Duke of Star Lake, the supposedly gifted teenager, was seated on the first row of seats. He was surrounded by a large group of guards. His expression was solemn, and he lowered his head in silence. Thales stared at Anchor in a daze. He still remembered when he woke up in Ghost Prince Tower. At that time, Yodel told him it had been a day and a night since the orcs invaded Blade Fang's dune and the legendary wing returned to provide reinforcements. Thales pushed open the tower window and saw the desolate aftermath of the battle that Blade Fang's camp had experienced and Roman's victory. But what he did not see, or what he thought he did not see, was the true bloodshed of that day's war. And those whose fates were changed because of it. Death. Sacrifice. Benefits. Price. Victory. These are just the most superficial aspects of war. The fates of thousands of people will be tested in this cruel furnace. Hicks the old crow's words echoed in his mind. Please remember. Beyond hypocritical moral accusations, beyond simple calculation of benefits, beyond the illusory warrior's honor, do not belittle war itself. It is far from as simple as you think. It is not a game where one must win or lose, where one must pay the price, where one must live or die. And you and I, whether we are powerful suzerains, or commoners who rise and fall with the wind, we are but the most powerless pawns, because most of the time, it is not up to us to decide, even if you are the instigator or victor of the war. A noise behind him interrupted Thales' thoughts. New intelligence from the flag-bearer division. Vice Captain Vogel took a few pieces of paper from his subordinate and said cautiously, "That's right. Anchor Byrel is indeed a Western Desert aristocrat, and also the eldest son and heir of the Baron of Crocaw City. You're right. He had been cultivating in the Tower of Eradication until his father passed away." Mallows pondered for a moment. His father died during the mission to escort the prince back, so this young Byrel feels indignant and wants to destroy the prince's banquet. The watchman shook his head. It doesn't make sense. Vogel nodded, obviously suspicious as well. Also, he immediately switched to another piece of paper. A few days ago, Anchor Byrel applied to the House of Nobles Affairs, hoping to squeeze into tonight's nobility conferring ceremony and have the Supreme King confer him nobility to inherit his father's title. Thales thought of something. He remembered the conferring ceremony tonight. Among the nobles who were conferred hereditary titles, there were new nobles who started from scratch, old nobles who inherited their father's business, and a bastard from Blade Edge Hill who was not that legitimate. But no Anchor Byrol. Vogel snorted and continued reading. The House of Nobles Affairs replied, Byrol is a subject of Western Desert. Conferring a servant beyond his master's authority is unconventional. Mallows frowned. Unconventional. Why do I remember that among the candidates for the conferring ceremony tonight, there was an illegitimate child, which also falls under the category of conferring a servant beyond his master? Vogel glanced at him and folded the letter in his hand without batting an eyelid. The Duchess of Blade Edge Hill is close to the royal family, so naturally there is no problem. As for Western Desert, he did not continue. Conferring a servant beyond his master's authority is unconventional. Thales suddenly remembered the ancient imperial sword given to him by Duke Fakenhas. All right. Mallows pondered. But why did he look for Baron Doyle? Vogel scoffed. Vengeance, hatred, profit, harm, nothing more than these four. You can combine them any way you like, and there will always be a truth. In the middle of the hall, Count Godwin took a deep breath. Young Byrol, your father sacrificed himself for the country and died a worthy death. You should not tarnish the glory he left behind. Anchor sobered from the grief of losing his father. You're right, Viscount. I shouldn't. He breathed shakily, as if suppressing something. He kept repeating, I shouldn't. But Anchor's expression quickly turned ferocious. Until I hurried back to the country and found out, he looked at everyone and gritted his teeth. My father borrowed money to raise military funds in order to recruit the army, owed him a huge sum of money that he could never repay in his lifetime. Many people were stunned. In the next second, Anchor grabbed old Doyle by the collar. Come on, you old varmint. The hostage-taker's tone was urgent. Tell His Highness, tell everyone, tell the whole kingdom about the shady business you've done. Tell everyone about the crime you've committed against my father, against the Byrol family. Baron Doyle scowled miserably. I didn't do anything, but Anchor's blade immediately pressed against the old baron's neck, even drawing a few traces of blood. Think again. Old Doyle shuddered and quickly corrected himself. I lent money to your father to tide him over. Thales furrowed his brows. Anchor spat on the ground. Bullsh *T. He kicked the old baron's back, and the latter fell into a pile of dirty dishes, gasping for breath. Seeing his father in trouble, Doyle clenched his fists, but Glover quickly pressed down on his shoulder and stared sternly at the former. I've investigated. When the Duke of Western Desert's mobilization order arrived, you appeared. Just when my father was in financial difficulties and at his wits' end. Anchor glared angrily at Baron Doyle and stomped on his back. You sweet-talked him, loaned him a huge sum of money, bewitched and deceived him with promises of great benefits, inciting him to recruit soldiers, arm the army, take risks in the desert, and pursue war. In the end, he was completely annihilated, lost everything, and was heavily in debt. He was almost roaring. He died of depression on his sickbed from his serious injuries. Count Godwin's expression was solemn. He was having a headache over how to proceed with the negotiations. Baron Doyle's voice was laced with sobs. It was your father who was loyal and wanted to respond to the call to fight for the country in the desert. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to, Anchor interrupted him angrily. No. You. It was you who fabricated the excuse of war has great benefits, pretended to be generous in lending him money, and lured him into your trap. The old baron hissed in pain. I didn't lie to him. The last desert war made so many people rich. Rich. Thales felt stifled. He remembered Blade Fang's camp, the Fakenhas soldiers who plucked at the entrance of the camp and collected tolls, and the large pile of goods that Throneborn had intended to smuggle out. Anchor laughed sarcastically. You mean those war merchants? He loosened his footsteps and pulled the old baron up again, making him face everyone in the banquet hall. Those vampires who somehow knew that my father was going to mobilize for war, and took the opportunity to sell him supplies. Half of them are in cahoots with you, and even in partnership. You've been colluding with each other for a long time. Baron Doyle seemed to have experienced the interrogation method of the person in front of him, and he quickly replied, "We have business dealings. It's normal to know each other. Shut up." The hostage-taker stared at the old baron with resentment, his words heavy with pain. "You took advantage of my father's generosity and lack of financial knowledge, used trap-ridden grammar and dazzling numbers to trick him into signing an unfair contract, and owed him several times the original debt." Old Doyle seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. He tried to squeeze out an understanding smile. "It's a loan. How can there be no interest? And you're of noble birth and have a large business, so it's understandable that the interest is higher." Anchor suddenly reached out and grabbed the hair at the back of Baron Doyle's head, forcing the latter to look up. As the Baron hissed in pain and his wife cried out involuntarily, Anchor gritted his teeth. "But in the deliberate trap of your contract, the unpaid debts were mortgaged using the land and population of Crow Caw City." "Land, population." The crowd exclaimed softly. "Ah, no," Old Doyle refused to relent despite the pain. "As for the collateral, these are the terms of the contract witnessed by the authoritative accountant of the Royal Family Bank. It's only right to repay a debt, unless you plan this." Anchor roared. "Unless you lent out the debt for the day when he failed in his expedition and was in debt, unable to repay, and had to cede his land." The next moment, Anchor suddenly turned around and raised his sword, the tip of his sword sharply pointed at a guard who was looking for an opportunity to ambush. He forced the latter and his imitators back to a safe distance. "This is absurd," the old baron's voice was shrill in his defense. "Could it be that I'm certain that he will lose? Did I know that the orcs would attack the camp?" Thales had a thought. Was certain that he would lose, knew that the orcs would attack the camp. The Duke of Star Lake frowned. Unfortunately, there were people who knew about these 2 points. And the Doyle family. Thales subconsciously glanced at Doyle beside him, the highest rank among the vassals directly under the royal family, the 7 Jade Star attendants. Obviously, Anchor was not satisfied with the Baron's words. "Stop playing dumb. I know it very well." The hostage-taker raised his head and said loudly to the guests in the hall, "Old varmint, you've extended your evil claws into the western desert, into our Crow Caw City a long time ago. Our families belong to 2 different places, but we share a border. Over the years, you've used your geographical advantage to coerce, seduce, and plunder. You've colluded with some of my father's vassals and corrupt officials in Crow Caw City to conspire against the law for a long time." Anchor said angrily, "Those scum defected to you behind my father's back, illegally sublet the tenant population, privately allocated land, concealed taxes, and made the farm laborers in Crow Caw City work for you. And all of you worked together, even the transportation route from Mirror River to Crow Caw City, across the central western desert, has long been built." Old Doyle wanted to defend himself, but Anchor's grip was getting stronger, forcing him to close his eyes. He could only moan in pain. "So, my father could only watch as his territory dried up, his harvest decreased, and he became more and more impoverished." Hearing this, the old baron could no longer bear the pain. "I'm renting the land with them. It's a voluntary arrangement. Your father knows," but Anchor roared again. "Knew my ass." His blade pressed against the baron's neck. "Do you want to go down and confront him now?" the guests exclaimed in unison. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Count Godwin immediately interrupted him. "Mr. Byrol," he said sternly, "you can't accuse Baron Doyle so arbitrarily without evidence, not to mention lynching him." Anchor sneered at that. "Evidence? The hostage-taker sneered. After a few seconds, he finally removed the short sword from old Doyle's carotid artery. Doyle, your fief had a bumper harvest this year, right? Even to the point of exporting it. The old baron hesitated. Anchor angrily gave old Doyle a slap. Speak. In pain, Baron Doyle hurriedly spoke. A bumper year. Anchor was so angry that he laughed. But not just this year. He gritted his teeth and looked at the onlookers. And last year, the year before, the year before that, the year before that. For 8 or 9 years, your crops have been bumper harvests, driving the flow of trade and goods, and the market is thriving. Your financial surplus is enough to support a small army. With the long and narrow land in Mirror River. With the worst soil in the entire Central Territory. Do you really think that you can get such a big harvest and squeeze so much money out of us? You people from the Central Territory, who have been spoiled by the prosperity of the capital, who only want to squeeze into Eternal Star City, who are arrogant, but who love leisure and hate work. And you even have surplus grain and goods that can be circulated out of the country and sold to the desert or even Northland to make a fortune. Hearing this, Thales was shocked. He subconsciously looked at the other seats and found the bowl-cut man among the crowd standing on tiptoes. Levi Trentide. At this moment, this Northlander from Reformation Tower was keeping a low profile with his head lowered, oblivious to the Duke of Star Lake's gaze. I'm going to buy some souvenirs to bring back, food, clothes, toys. Damn bureaucrats and merchants conspired to suppress the quantity and raise the price, damn it. The teenager gritted his teeth. Those are our farmland, our food, our wealth. And God knows if there are any other victims other than Crocaw City. Anchor's cold words echoed in his ears. The discussion in the crowd broke out again. This time, there was much less controversy. Most of them were whispers. At this moment, Mallows began to ponder. Speaking of this, Glover, the watchman suddenly looked up. Do you remember what your brother, Viscount Lozano Glover, said to His Highness before the banquet? The expression of Glover, nicknamed Zombie, changed slightly. He subconsciously looked at one of the tables, at the other Glover with a calm expression and composure. Lozano. Glover hemmed and hawed, as if unusually sensitive to the name. Lozano, he told Doyle to stop his father from sending money to the Department of Finance. Doyle, who was firmly held down by Glover, shuddered and looked at his colleague in disbelief. Mallows nodded. Viscount Lozano was very respectful when he met His Highness. He didn't even have time to talk to his half-brother. Why did he look for Doyle and bring up this internal matter of the Department of Finance? Just to badmouth the Doyle family. Doyle was stunned, while Glover's expression became very unpleasant. I remember now. Zombie recalled and his face turned pale. Lozano also told Doyle that even if he sent money, he couldn't avoid this year's land settlement and tax inspection. Land settlement. Thales took a deep breath and focused his attention back on the center of the venue. Anchor waved his short sword and sneered. So, old varmint, how long did you originally plan to do this? Do you intend to keep it up? Since it benefits yourself at the expense of others, why not? Old Doyle was about to cry. I said it wasn't, the hostage-taker interrupted him. But you didn't expect it. 6 years ago, in the face of Axtet's war crisis, the feudal vassals complained incessantly during the national conference, about financial difficulties, lack of food production, difficulty in recruiting soldiers, difficulty in expeditions. So once the crisis was over, King Kessel made a bold move and reenacted the land measurement order from King Aedes' era to revitalize agriculture and encourage production. Anchor's smile sent a chill down old Doyle's spine. Now, according to the decree, the buffer period has passed, and the deadline for land settlement is approaching. You can no longer deceive and deceive. Many people in the hall started whispering again. Seeing that the settlement was imminent and the fire was burning, you didn't have the time to make a long-term plan, but you also couldn't bear to cut off your source of wealth and abandon your tale to survive. Anchor's words seemed to be biting the tip of his tongue, causing blood to flow. You could only rush to use the simplest and most economical method to get this done, and make it an irrefutable case. Anchor's gaze turned gloomy. For example, my father's debt contract. Next to Thales, Mallow sighed slowly. Viscount Lozano works in the kingdom's Department of Finance. Whether it's bribery, food production, taxes, or land, he must have noticed the hidden dangers in the Mirror River district. The words he said before the banquet were actually directed at the Doyle family, who are also part of the 7 Jade Star attendants, but at this moment, another voice interrupted him. Not just that. The watchman and vice-captain looked up in unison and were surprised to see the person who spoke. He didn't just say that, Thales said absent-mindedly. Vogel narrowed his eyes. What? According to my royal etiquette lessons these days, Glover is a vassal of the Jade Star royal family, and I am the Duke of Star Lake, come heir to the throne, and his future lord. Thales looked at the center of the hall, at Anchor, who had successfully stolen the prince's limelight today. Regardless of status or affiliation, our interactions should have been initiated by me or Viscount Lozano, and after receiving permission, he should have come to see me. But, Mallows raised his eyebrows as he recalled. But he unusually and vaguely invited you to lower yourself to his mansion in East City District. Thales nodded with a heavy heart. That was Viscount Lozano's reminder and warning to me. But we didn't understand. Doyle shuddered again, his face showing remorse. The prince did not continue but sighed. And I reckon Lozano didn't expect this hidden danger to flare up so fiercely and so quickly. He can't even afford to wait for a meal. Thales shifted his gaze and noticed that the attitudes of the 7 Jade Star attendants had become increasingly grim. Patterson, the oldest, was biting his lip, panting and glaring. Stone and Adrian were expressionless and silent, observing the situation. Lady Eleanor seemed to have only her son left in her world. Lozano, who had warned them earlier, was staring down at the table, seemingly indifferent to what was happening. But in the entire hall, as Anchor's narration became clearer, many people could not help but look at the composed Duke of Star Lake himself. The problem is, sensing their gazes, Thales felt a slight headache. How are we going to clean up this mess? Vogel snorted softly. It doesn't matter, Your Highness. The vice-captain looked disdainfully at the resentful Anchor. He's putting on an act in public, all for the sake of pleasing the crowd with your name and the banquet's name, to publicize his family's situation, and to create big news. When he's done with his nonsense and achieved his goal, Your Highness, you can then console him with words of comfort, and he won't have any reason to continue putting on an act. But there's one thing, no matter how that fellow induces you, no matter how extravagant his words are, you will never pass judgment, take a side, or show any inclination towards either side, even if it's just a smile or an eye roll. Thales looked up. Either side. Vogel looked at him. This time, there was only sternness left in the vice-captain's eyes. Either. As for the rest of the investigation, interrogation, trial, and conviction, that's the matter of the court, the Nobles' Affairs Council, and even the Imperial Conference tomorrow. This person's actions, other than increasing the topic of conversation at tonight's banquet, will not damage your reputation. Thales pursed his lips, but Mallows, who was beside him, frowned. At least let the sniper team be on standby, right? Vogel glanced at him without saying a word. In the hall, the confrontation between Anchor and the old Baron was still ongoing. You and those scumbags under my father, you conspired and worked together from both inside and outside, waiting for the loan deadline to arrive, and forcing my desperate father to cede his land. You obtained the new land in accordance with the rules and regulations, eliminating any future troubles and avoiding the land liquidation, while they changed their name and became your lackeys justifiably. But you didn't expect that when my father passed away under the pressure, I, who took over his position, was a stubborn fool. Anchor raised his short sword and pointed it at the old baron's nose. His voice grew colder. Tell me, when you set the trap, plotted against my father, and ultimately killed him, did you think this day would come? Has it ever occurred to you that his legacy, his bloodline, and his descendants will one day seek revenge on you in front of everyone? Doyle of Mirror River. Looking at the tip of the sword pointed at him, old Doyle shuddered violently. The Baron was stunned for a good while. His entire face turned red, and he could only spit out a few monosyllabic words through his muzzled mouth. No, he. At this moment, Count Godwin's furious roar resounded in the banquet hall. Anchor Byrol. His tone was unprecedentedly stern and unrelenting. No matter what grievances you have, whatever reasons you have, do not forget that the kingdom has its own laws, and this world has its own reason. Anchor was lost in thought for a moment. Laws? Reason? He lowered his sword and turned his head. Count Godwin breathed a sigh of relief. As a noble, you are courteous, wise, loyal, and righteous. You should know how to use legal means, go through the normal channels, appeal based on reason, defend your rights, or communicate rationally, negotiate a solution, and seek justice and fairness. The Count's words were stern and righteous. Why bring a knife to the banquet and threaten someone's life, at Duke Thal's banquet, resorting to violence and taking risks out of desperation? You stand up for your father and family, but are you going to let your father's honor and family's reputation be completely ruined in your hands? The last sentence was obviously quite effective. Anchor shuddered and looked at Godwin in a daze. I did it. Count Godwin was taken aback. What? When I first returned to the country, Anchor said dejectedly, legal means and methods. At first, I wanted to wait for the next year's harvest and settle my debts. He stared at Count Godwin in pain and said hoarsely, but I was told that the deadline for the contract was only before the land was settled. After that, I wanted to invoke the nobility's law and appeal for an extension. He stared at the short sword in his hand and muttered, but I was told that I had not yet inherited the title and had no right to appeal for an extension. Finally, I wanted to inherit my father's title early. In the end, Anchor looked at everyone in despair, but I was told that this would require a hefty recognition fee, and that I could only wait for the next year's harvest. Count Godwin was speechless for a moment, but he hesitated for a moment before speaking. If you can't solve it yourself, you can ask for help, but Anchor roared back in a louder, more agitated voice. I did it. His blade trembled with his movements, waving futilely in the firelight of the entire hole. I went to the ruins and Brave Souls Fort to ask for help from the bigwigs of Western Desert, but they said that the war at Blade Fang's camp had just ended, and it was a critical period. They did not want to offend the vassals of Renaissance Palace, and said that this was a private matter between us and Doyle, and that they had no right to intervene. When I arrived at Eternal Star City, I submitted my complaint to the Court of Justice according to procedure, but it was rejected multiple times. A secretary who had been paid told me in secret that the Doyle family had just gained the favor of the Duke of Star Lake, and that Mindy's Hall was of great significance. They could not afford to offend them. When I arrived at the Nobles' Affairs Chamber, I wanted to inherit the title on a special basis, but they told me that the prince had just returned, that the kingdom was thriving, and that everyone was living in hope. So, don't spoil the fun with your own trivial matters. Thales listened to his account with a heavy expression, and uncomfortably realized that these reasons were all related to him. Anchor inhaled sharply. So, in the end, I could only go to Renaissance Palace, guard the palace gates, and wait for His Majesty to appear. But the moment I saw His Majesty's troops, the royal guards, and spoke, he grinned, showing calmness and resignation. I was sent to prison. Amidst the soft but unnoticeable buzz from the crowd, Count Godwin did not say a word for a long time. He appeared to be at a loss. I reasoned with you, and you reasoned with me about the law. I reasoned with you about the law, and you reasoned with me about tradition. I reasoned with you about tradition, and you reasoned with me about reality. I reasoned with you about reality, and you reasoned with me. I did it. Anchor rested his blade on old Baron Doyle's shoulder. His eyes were lifeless as he muttered absent-mindedly, "What methods, what means, what possibilities, I did it." He looked up slowly. Only the last one left. The uneasiness in Thale's heart grew stronger. 3 days ago, I spent the last bit of my travel expenses, and finally got the police station to release me. Anchor's arm slowly tightened. The old Baron's expression changed as he groaned in pain. So I found him, and told this old varmint, I am willing to execute the contract and cede my fief. All I asked was for my father's funeral expenses. And that exorbitant amount of funeral fees allowed me to buy a seat at the edge of Mindy's Hall tonight. Anchor smiled. A very happy smile. Anchor. Count Godwin seemed to have a premonition of what he was about to do. For the first time, there was panic in his voice. No, Doyle struggled to move forward, but Glover held on to him tightly. Anchor said coldly, "If you don't kill, no one will listen." His wrist slowly lowered. "If you don't shock the world, there is no way out." His teeth slowly clenched. "If you don't give up, you will suffer." His eyes gradually dimmed. "Please tell me, Count Godwin, His Highness Thales," amidst old Doyle's screams of pain, his wife's heart-wrenching, and the horrified gazes of all the guests in the hall, Anchor looked up. His grey gaze pierced through the bright lights and fell straight on Thales. "What kind of logic is this?" Swordless only returned home at 5 in the afternoon and finished dinner at 8. Obviously, he could not have been writing. So, this chapter was written by me, Swordless next-door neighbor's dog. Woof. 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 End of chapter. Chapter 556. Anchor Byroll. Amidst the chaos, Thale's voice rang out clearly, echoing throughout the hall. The Duke's words carried a lot of weight. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Anchor's longsword stopped at old Doyle's neck, leaving the Baron panting nervously. Thales pushed away Mallows, who subconsciously tried to stop him, stepped out from the crowd, and spoke from the seat second only to the king. "Your words, your story, your experience, the entire Mindy's Hall has heard it." His tone was stern. "Isn't that enough?" Anchor looked up, and for the first time, met the heir of the kingdom's gaze without interference or hindrance. "So, Your Highness, are you going to be like everyone else, using perfectly valid reasons and excuses to obstruct the justice you deserve? So, your past, your reputation, including your opening speech just now, are all lies?" Mallows and Vogel looked at each other, exchanging only worry and apprehension. Thales could feel that at that moment, everyone's gazes were focused on him without the slightest scruple. Whether it was guardian dukes like Zayn, Koster, Val, 7 Jade Star attendants and Central Territory dignitaries like Viscount Adrian and Lady Eleanor, or the king's loyalists and new nobles like Count Godwin and Viscount Kenny, and all kinds of conscripts, officials, chiefs, and other distinguished guests from all walks of life. Their gazes were like boulders weighing down on his vocal cords. It was as if they were trying to cancel out the respect and reverence he received throughout the banquet. Damn it. I'm not a judge, I have no right to define justice. Thales looked at the pair of eyes filled with determination and death, and frowned. But what you've done today is already shocking enough. But you're only blocking your way out. Anchor breathed absent-mindedly. Killing and taking lives might make people listen. Thales glanced around and tried to stabilize his voice, which was still undergoing puberty. But if the audience is only here for novelty, there's no benefit in listening. The crowd buzzed. And abandon yourself to depravity. Thales said loudly, even if you can avoid suffering for a while, the outcome is bound to be miserable and regretful. Anchor turned his head and looked at old Doyle, who was trembling under his sword. He smiled. Your Highness, your words are as sharp as the rumors say. I can't refute you. No wonder he could protect Constellation's dignity and interests in the barbaric and dangerous Northland. Anchor's gaze sharpened. But I'm not here to listen to your lecture. What I've come for is revenge. Then trust me. Put down your weapons and wait for a fair judgment. Thales tried hard to maintain the dignity of the Duke of Star Lake. There's no need to resort to private punishment and harm more lives. He said sternly, revenge without justice is no different from despicable murder. Behind him, Vogel and Mallows were conversing, but Thales could not hear them clearly. Anchor subconsciously looked around, looking a little lost amidst the chatter of the banquet guests. Until he looked at the Duke again, casting a questioning gaze at the latter. Murder. Anchor stared at Thales and was distracted for a moment. Murder. Justice. He gritted his teeth and his voice trembled. No, Your Highness Thales, no. My father held his weapon tightly in his arms, filled with remorse for his ancestors and his bloodline. He died on his sickbed, in his ancestral land. I didn't even have the time to bury him. I had to travel thousands of miles to find him, and only today can I stand before you. He roared. That's murder. Where's his justice? Under his sword, Baron Doyle interrupted with a trembling voice. I didn't do anything. Your father died of his own illness. Anchor turned his head abruptly, frightening the Baron back into his stomach. After you took everything away from him. After you used despicable methods to make use of merchants, Anchor shouted at the top of his lungs. After you forced him into a dead end. Thales reached down and stopped Mallows from sending someone to pull him back into the group. Anchor roared. Everyone, open your eyes and see. How is this trap and humiliation any different from murder? The crowd erupted. The chatter became more chaotic, but the focus of the discussion was different. Baron Doyle trembled. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, he struggled to speak. Your father had no money, so I lent it. He mortgaged his land, so I accepted it. Doyle, on the other hand, watched nervously as his father defended himself under Glover's restraint. Your people had no work to do, no food to eat, so I hired laborers and paid them wages. What's wrong with that? This is the suzerain's normal operation. You should open your eyes and see how many years it's been. Old Doyle closed his eyes, trying not to look at the sword that terrified him. The entire kingdom, from the center to the blade, be it the East Sea or the South Coast, how is it not so? As soon as he said that, the crowd broke into an uproar. Count Godwin tried his best to maintain order, but with little success. Thales frowned. And Anchor, who held the Baron's life in his hands, was even more furious. Damn it, Western Desert is not. His roar shook the entire Mindy's hole. Crocaw City, where I was born and raised, is not. The noise from the guests grew louder and louder. The guards had to work harder to separate the people who were standing closer and closer. Until, at the Duke's table in the distance, Coaster Nanchester opened his single, sharp eye. Neither is the land of cliffs. He looked at the shackled Val Arund, who was still drinking by himself under the strict guard of the royal guards. He was obviously in a good mood. And the Northern Territory. The one-eyed dragon Duke let out a long sigh. His words reached everyone's ears. In the past, the entire kingdom was not. The 7 Jade Star attendants had different expressions. Duke Zayn raised his eyebrows, looking amused. Thales clenched his fists and glared at the ruler of the Land of Cliffs, who was fanning the flames. But Koster only looked at him from afar and shook his head slightly. This made Thales feel puzzled. The guests' discussion slowly quieted down, leaving behind an indescribable sense of solemnity and caution. Encouraged, Ankur's eyes rekindled with hope. That's right. Young Birol clasped the Baron's shoulder and pointed the tip of his sword at the top of his head. Don't all of you feel the same way about this? Seeing that he had caused trouble, Baron Doyle had no choice but to shut up. Damn it, he came prepared. At the back, Vogel watched the changes in the guests' expressions and was exasperated. He turned this case into a confrontation between His Majesty and Western Desert, between the central government and the local government. But Mallows only shook his head. Thales knew that he could not allow the situation to develop. His rebuke echoed throughout the hall. Then prove it. Ankur Birol, if you think you're doing the right thing, then prove it to me. You're here for justice for your father, and not just for momentary pleasure and self-satisfaction. Ankur looked at the Duke of Star Lake again. Pleasure and satisfaction. The hostage-taker took a deep breath. I'm here because I believe in you, Your Highness. Thales had a thought and said cautiously, me. Ankur put on a respectful expression and knelt on one knee, but his left hand did not leave Baron Doyle's shoulder blade. Personally, Your Highness. Your adoptive father, Lord Mon, was born in Western Desert and served His Majesty loyally for many years. My father and him were schoolmates and fought side by side in the Desert War. Our friendship runs deep. Thales' breathing stopped. And the Birol family once risked their lives for you, opening the way for your return. You quelled the war in Blade Fang's Dune, and your reputation spread throughout Western Desert, becoming a legend. Ankur's eyes were bright. The legendary wings served by your side, the four-eyed skull gifted you a treasured sword, the Chroma family sent you 1,000 troops, and even the famous Black Lion of Brave Souls fort traveled 1,000 miles to lead the way for you. The guests started discussing again. It was the first time many of them had heard such first-hand information. Thales' expression did not change, but he sighed internally. He just realized that the weight of the treasured sword gifted by Fakenhas was indeed extraordinary. Officially, Your Highness. You left the country for 6 years and went north as a hostage, sacrificing yourself to protect the people. When you defended the dignity of the kingdom, the Northland barbarians dared not oppose you. As Thales listened to these words and felt the gazes of countless people back and forth between him and Ankur, he felt very uncomfortable. You personally experienced the perils and witnessed the most legendary succession of Ekstet's throne. The Northland barbarians see you as an enemy, but the Constellations worship you as a hero. Ankur became more agitated as he spoke, and his voice became hoarse in the end. Your Highness, your glorious deeds in Northland prove that you are a rare new trend in the kingdom. You are the last hot-blooded hero of the great empire in this inherited kingdom. Everyone is looking forward to your return. Including me. And my father. As soon as he said that, discussions broke out again. But the smart ones kept their mouths shut and remained silent. The only consensus was that everyone was looking at the Duke of Star Lake. In a place where no one could see, Thales clenched his fists. In Ekstet, in Dragon Cloud City, he was living under someone else's roof. The Northlanders looked at him with either hatred and hostility, or vigilance and disdain due to proper etiquette. Nicholas was a representative of the former, Regent Leesban was a manifestation of the latter, and the officials of Dragon Cloud City were even more unbridled. That was not a good feeling. In the past 6 years, Thales preferred to stay alone in the library, or in a corner of Heroic Spirit Palace, reading, sleeping, or even in a daze. Even Waya was sent 20 meters away. He used to think that was bad enough. But at this very moment, when Thales stood in Mindy's hall, on his own soil, facing his compatriots, feeling countless gazes mixed with anticipation, admiration, caution, and even probing, no. Vogel vaguely sensed the severity of the problem. He said in a low voice, "His Highness is the heir to the throne, belongs to the Jade Star royal family, and is the representative of Renaissance Palace. But he is not His Majesty, not the king, not the official ruler of the kingdom." Mallows first nodded, then shook his head. "But he is the master of Mindy's Hall, the Duke of Star Lake, who has the power to assist in state affairs. And he has just returned to the kingdom. He is famous, yet has no foundation and is easily manipulated." The vigilance in the watchman's eyes increased. "That's why they came for him." The vice-captain turned his head. "Them?" Mallows did not speak. Listening to their private conversation, Thales became even more solemn. "Duke Thales." Anchor's gaze was solemn as he raised his voice. "This man under my sword, and his accomplices," he stretched out his short sword and forced the old baron, who had just taken the opportunity to catch his breath. "They violated the sacred constellation covenant signed by her Black Eye John II in year 50 of the calendar of eradication, and set up a conspiracy to murder a hereditary noble with the title of baron." Thales' eyebrows twitched. "They violated the absolute law set by Jackal Sumer III in year 340, and privately conferred with each other outside of the legitimate Birol family. One official has many masters." Facing hundreds of people, Anchor said angrily, "They ignored the creditor Alan III's king's tax law in year 414, and went behind the king and suzerain's back to conceal their production and evade tax. Sacred constellation covenant, absolute law, king's tax law." Thales clenched his fists. Damn it, he only knew the names of some of these laws, while Gilbert had yet to teach him about some of them. Amidst the discussion, Vogel looked displeased. "The situation is clear. They really came prepared." He took a step forward and whispered behind Thales, "Your Highness, no matter what he says, you must take a stand now, and stand in line with His Majesty and Renaissance Palace." But Mallows was expressionless as he cut him off. "No." Vogel looked back in surprise. On the other side, Anchor's voice continued to reverberate through the hall. "They violated the virtuous King Mindy's III's general rules for the selection of officials in year 512, disrespected local customs, interfered with town autonomy, and bribed the servants of the king." He stared intently at the composed Duke of Star Lake. "They disobeyed the land measurement order issued by your grandfather, King of Changji 82nd in year 655, rented land in other places, transferred privately, and tarnished the sacred fiefdom. They even openly flouted the state of emergency control order, passed by your father 11 years ago for the Desert War, which is still in effect at the border, and illegally smuggled Western Desert strategic foodstuffs out of the country, and resold them to the desert and Extet." Baron Doyle's expression grew increasingly grim, his face full of disbelief. "General rules for the selection of officials, land measurement order, state of emergency control order." Faced with the increasingly noisy crowd, Thales had a bad feeling. This had far exceeded the knowledge he had crammed for the past few months. Behind the prince, Mallows' voice rang softly. "Doyle is one of the 7 Jade Star attendants under Renaissance Palace, and Birol is a local vassal under Fakenhaz. Doyle is a deep-rooted old noble with a long history." The watchman's expression was indifferent, but his tone was solemn. "Birol is a new noble who rose to power through war, just over 100 years old." Vogel's gaze flickered. "Doyle used the merchant style, resorted to new methods such as market contracts, annexed land, and changed ownership." Mallows continued. "And Birol invoked the land measurement order and other royal decrees to defend himself, only to protect his old fiefdom and maintain the old legal system." Vogel reacted. He looked at Mallows in disbelief. Mallows looked back at him and nodded. "Doyle is far away from the political center, and only tried to curry favor with the royal family after His Highness Thales returned to the country. And Birol boldly bypassed the Duke of Western Desert, entered Eternal Star City, and asked the central government of the kingdom to adjudicate local affairs. After the royal guards thought it through, their expressions changed drastically. Mallow sighed softly. Can you imagine how many people, how many things, and how much stake are involved in this? Who represents the central government, and who represents the local government? Who is the new order, and who is the old legal system? Who is upholding the royal government, and who is subverting the kingdom? Can anyone say for sure? Mallows looked towards Anchor, who was standing in the middle of the hall, loudly listing the crimes of his enemies. This is no longer as simple as choosing one of the two. New and old, monarch and vassal, father and son, central and local government, financial and local laws, governing methods, countless factors are involved, constantly intertwined. It's not something that can be resolved by choosing a side. As Thales listened to his personal guard captain, he felt his body stiffen. Any choice and solution are mutually beneficial and difficult to be perfect. Just like flour and sand mixed together, you can't possibly keep it pure and single out one. This is politics that's more typical than typical. The watchman's face was once again covered in solemnity, no longer calm. Those who set this trap, no matter who they are, Mallow said softly. They're all ruthless characters. In the middle of the hall, amidst the mess, Anchor slowly got up and stood upright. It was as if, at that moment, he was the master of the entire whole. Everyone, their evil intentions are unforgivable, their crimes are intolerable, their actions have shaken the rule of the throne and the foundation of the kingdom. The hostage-taker paused for a moment and turned to stare at Thales. But you're right, Your Highness. Anchor retracted the despair and defeat in his eyes, replacing it with determination and decisiveness. Don't worry, I won't commit murder at your banquet. Anchor removed the tip of his sword from the old baron's shoulder, allowing the latter to breathe a sigh of relief. That's not the Birol family's teachings. Thales said solemnly. Then what are you doing? What else do you want? I said, Your Highness. Anchor smiled as if he had seen through the ways of the world. Revenge. Or as you put it, justice. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Behind him, Mallows turned his head anxiously. Has the messenger we sent to Renaissance Palace reported back? Prime Minister Cullen? Count Casso? Or Sir Kirkman? Any of the important figures in the Imperial Conference? In the current situation, they can only endorse and make decisions. The guards looked at each other. Only Vogel shook his head gloomily. Count Casso left early due to his alcohol tolerance, the Minister of Finance followed suit, and the Prime Minister was one of the first to leave. Besides, even if His Majesty was here, Vogel shut his mouth and kept his next words to himself. I can't just listen to your side of the story and make a hasty judgment here, Thales said with difficulty. While maintaining the dignity of the royal family and the dignity of a duke, he also took into account Anchor's emotions, hoping that he would not slit his throat in a fit of anger. All I see is you. Anchor looked up abruptly and interrupted him. No need, Your Highness, no need. His smile became bright and open, like a lost traveler who had found a way out in the desert. I know, I understand. You are in a high position, you have many scruples, and you bear the hopes of the entire kingdom. I cannot and will not force you to stand up for me, and put you in a dilemma, with many parties to blame. Anchor lowered his head and looked at the old baron, who did not even dare to breathe loudly, with a look of hatred on his face. But I also know that this person has deep connections, and has eyes and ears everywhere, while I am but an ordinary man with a single sword. Once I leave this hall, all hope will be lost, he said with a bitter smile. His words were filled with deep helplessness and clarity. When it comes to delving into the laws, weighing the pros and cons, and playing political games, how can I win against this bunch of sly old foxes? Amidst the discussions and gazes of the crowd, Thales gritted his teeth. So there's no need to trouble others, involve all parties, or be in a dilemma, Your Highness." Anchor looked at the short sword in his hand, slightly lost in thought. "I just need to be simple, clear, and straightforward, end our feud." He looked up at Thales, his eyes full of longing. "Just like what you did." Thales reached out for the arm of the chair, but in his shock, grabbed nothing. "No." But it was too late. "Your Highness, I beg of you. Please allow me, Anchor Byril of Crowcaw City." Anchor spoke harshly and bellowed, "Allow me to follow in your footsteps, emulate your deeds, and recreate your legend." His footsteps, his deeds, his legend. Thales stared incredulously at the fanatical Anchor. "No. Please allow me to awaken the ancient legal tradition of the age of the Empire, follow the grand and heroic ancient customs of the Redalians, and rewrite your epic journey in Extet. Allow me to Doyle of Mirror River, to this despicable scum of the nobility who killed my father and stole my home." At that moment, Thales' palms went cold. Anchor threw away his cumbersome coat, pointed his sword at the ceiling, and his voice shook the pillars, causing the everlasting lamp to flicker. "Issue a challenge." For a moment, the hall was dead silent. Anchor's gaze was sharp, and he was unprecedentedly high-spirited. "Let us, here, in the reopened Mindy's Hall 18 years later, complete a great and glorious, fair and just, between nobles, between families, between nobles, between families, a duel to the death." Thales' heart was empty, his face expressionless. "What the—" Before Vogel could ask his incredulous question, the crowd erupted in a buzz. In the span of a few seconds, the discussion reached its peak. Shock and dissatisfaction intertwined and were indistinguishable. "That's too much, the barbaric customs of the Northlanders. Are you kidding? But I heard that it's a tradition originating from the Empire, so the rumor is true." His Highness once challenged King Nuvan. As a witness, His Highness witnessed King Nuvan taking revenge on an archduke. It should be true. What about King Nuvan himself? Was he defeated by King Chapman in a duel? Did His Highness witness it too? In the crowd, Jorge of Elefure City squeezed past two guests who were blocking his way with his size advantage, and with a fanatical expression, he raised his arms and roared, fanning the flames. "All right, a duel. If you have the guts, *CK him up. Long live the Empire, long live." He ignored the angry glares of the constellations around him. But the guests' discussion did not stop for a moment. "I think it makes sense. Revenge and reputation, I'd do the same if I were him. What a joke. Then you bastards seduce my daughter, wouldn't I be able to challenge you to a duel to the death for revenge? Why do you still remember this? Aren't we friends? Aren't our families old friends? What's there to talk about, old friends? How? Will you hand over my daughter?" "Bah. Hey, do you think I don't know that when my father passed away, you and my mother were in the study?" "Shut up. Bastard. Come on, a duel to the death." "Ah, no, this is too barbaric. I'm just a lady, I can't stand it anymore. Bart, I'm going home. Uncle, Gages, remember to tell me the result of the duel." "All right, niece. At your age, you should take care of your health. I'll visit you another day, bastard. You're not allowed to say another word to my daughter." Even though the Constellatiate nobles were known for their restraint and respect, Mindy's Hall was still in chaos. The guards had to divide their energy to be vigilant against the hostage-taker, and at the same time, to persuade and suppress the noisy crowd of guests who still refused to leave. "Your Highness, please bear witness to me with the entire kingdom." Anchor exhaled slowly, his expression relaxed, as if he had finally completed a difficult task. Witnessing bravery and passion is not exclusive to Northlanders. Witnessing justice in the hearts of men, and revenge is a matter of course. On the steps, Thales tried his best to regulate his breathing, his head aching. He felt mentally exhausted and mentally drained. The Duke's voice rang with difficulty. Your request is not in line with Constellation's tradition, but you have a precedent. So, Your Highness, this is not murder. As long as it is with your permission, approval, and even witness, it is not murder. Anchor's voice seemed to come from the sky, full of hope and anticipation. But you witnessed it with your own eyes in Eckstedt. It was you who set an example in front of the born king. It was the courage and qualifications you relied on to become famous. It was the method you used to protect the dignity of Constellation and the safety of the kingdom. It was a method that has existed since ancient times and could not be more justified. Anchor gritted his teeth. Blood vengeance. As you said, if there is a second way, I do not want to commit murder. Your Highness, please don't make me do that. Thales turned his head mechanically and looked at the old baron, who could no longer speak. No, Your Highness. Behind him, Doyle struggled to break free from Glover's restraints and knelt beside Thales, speaking in a panic. My father, he's old, he can't. If you think it's unfair. Anchor raised his voice and looked at Doyle eagerly, full of provocation. Then let the other Doyle, the son of this old varmint, fight for his family and name, and fight me. He's skilled. This will be a fair and exciting duel. He gritted his teeth with cold eyes. Until life and death is decided. Anchor took a deep breath and raised his short sword. After that, if I am still alive, I will surrender and accept all the punishment I deserve. I will not go back on my word. Doyle was shocked and furious. He stared at the opponent who had forced his father and his family into a corner. Your Highness, I can't. Doyle subconsciously reached for his weapon, but was held down by Mallows and pushed back to his colleagues. We were wrong again. This assassination, the watchman's expression was grim, was indeed directed at Your Highness. In another way. Vogel's brows were heavy. He stared at the spoiler of the banquet, deep in thought. The crowd's discussion grew louder. Thales stood alone and powerless on the spot, enduring everyone's gazes. There were the observing gazes of a few dukes. Some were waiting for a good show, some were deep in thought, and some were indifferent. There were also the gazes of the 7 Jade Star attendants. Most of them were solemnly and anxiously waiting for the prince's reaction. There was anticipation and vigilance. There were also the gazes of the others. But Thales was no longer in the mood to distinguish. At this moment, the conversation between him and Gines not long ago rang in his mind. So. They can still eat me. No. But they will tear you apart. Even if I am the king's son, the heir to the kingdom. Thales pressed his forehead. That's right. That's why they're gentle and courteous, tear you apart. Tear me apart. Amidst the endless noise, the prince inhaled absent-mindedly, closed his eyes and sighed. So, please bear witness to our duel, Your Highness. Anchor faced death calmly, but he was overwhelmed with emotions. Just like what you experienced in Eckstedt as the Prince of Constellation. He said with relief and satisfaction, after that, I will have no regrets no matter what the outcome is. Anchor Byrol, the man who single-handedly disrupted the banquet of Thales' return, took a deep breath and his voice pierced through the crowd. Because I believe that you are the hope of this kingdom. If the present and the past cannot be changed, at least in the future, you will definitely be better than your father. Anchor's eyes were bright. His voice was unique and clear amidst the incessant chatter. Better. At that moment, it was as if Mindy's Hall was a well-trained performance team, and a conductor had just made a gesture, causing the noisy chatter in the hall to disappear. Mallows closed his eyes deeply. Oh no. I believe, just like many people believe, that you will be better than him. Anchor took a step forward, looked at everyone, and raised his voice. King of Constellation. Thales tensed up. In the span of a few seconds, from dukes to counts, from guests to guards. No one dared to speak. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Everyone fell silent. In the next second, the chatter started again. But it had completely lost its previous arrogance and ease of watching a good show. They became restrained and nervous, like a low, heart-wrenching whisper. Heart-wrenching. And the gazes that had almost crushed Thales earlier were now retracted and looked elsewhere in the hall, as if it was a sin to look at him one more time. Thales took a deep breath and slowly sat down on his seat. He did not even look at the royal guards behind him. He did not have to guess to know how they would react. Discussions, gazes, emotions, they filled Mindy's hall to the brim, leaving no space. Only an inch of space was left for the master of the hall to stand on. Like a vacuum. But Thales did not feel relaxed at all. On the contrary, in this inch of vacuum, he seemed to feel countless chains protruding from the void, from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, locking him tightly without leaving any gaps. Getting heavier. Tighter and tighter. Deeper and deeper. Damn it. Thales was expressionless as he maintained his elegant sitting posture. Only his nails dug into his palms. Your Highness. Anchor pulled the pained old baron to his feet and said eagerly, "That's right. Duel." For a moment, Thales missed the days when he was a hostage in Northland. Duel. King duel. Chapter 557. No. After Vogel suggested his idea, Mallows flatly rejected it. It's too risky to snipe him now. Vogel frowned. You were the one who suggested it first, and now you're changing your mind. Mallows shook his head. Now he has a legitimate reason to ask His Highness to witness the duel in the name of revenge. Vogel scoffed in disdain. Legitimate my ass. In front of them, Thales was still staring fixedly at the hostage Anchor. His thoughts were in a mess. What to do? Reject him, allow him, kill him, convince him, what a mess. By-roll. In the hall, Count Godwin, who was in charge of communication, was furious. You've crossed the line. Playing to the gallery and coercing His Highness, how is this the conduct of a gentleman and a subject? But Anchor was clearly prepared. He did not flinch and turn back. Don't tell me that as a citizen of Constellation, doesn't everyone have the right to appeal to our Supreme King? The force of his grip made the old baron groan in pain again. Isn't it every king's duty to listen to the sincere voice of every citizen? Anchor's words resounded in the hall. Not only did it make Thales' frown deepen, it also made the already uneasy guests even more agitated. Count Godwin was speechless for a moment, unable to find a rebuttal. Whether it was appeal or king, the trap formed by these words was too obvious and too dangerous. Mallows ignored the situation in the hall. As calm as ever, he continued to communicate with the vice-captain in a low voice. If we make the first move, the one at fault is His Highness Thales. It's a cowardly, incompetent, and despicable act of silencing, at his Mindy's hall, at his banquet. Vogel thought for a moment and said decisively, the guards can bear the responsibility, you and I, if necessary, will resign and have nothing to do with anyone else. But Mallows shook his head. Do you think people will care? His words were meaningful. The royal guards. The focus is always on the royal family, not the guards. Listening to the conversation between the two guard commanders, Thales' heart grew heavier. What to do? Your Highness Thales. Anchor turned around and looked expectantly at the person standing the highest. Justice is at hand, waiting for your command. How dare you? His aggressiveness once again drew Godwin's rebuke, but Anchor ignored it and continued to stare at Thales. It was like he was staring at his prey. Refuse him, Your Highness. Vogel said softly from behind Thales with an angry expression on his face. Lord of the Stars, the dignity of the royal family cannot be threatened. Thales instinctively opened his mouth, but Mallow's voice came from the other side. and then force him to kill the Baron, turning His Highness into a cold-blooded bystander, a conniver of murder. Don't forget, those are the 7 Jade Star attendants who serve the royal family. Thales's teeth immediately felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he could not make a sound. Vogel immediately retorted. Even so, we can't encourage the barbaric practice of duels to the death. His Highness being tainted by the influence of the northern region is secondary, but if the kingdom has an effective imitation in the future. Count Godwin and Anker's loud rebuke, Mallow's and Vogel's low bickering, the back-and-forth debates among the guests, countless voices entered Thales's perceptual range through Hell's senses, shaking his consciousness and attacking his spirit. He, who had already experienced a night of torture at the banquet, was exhausted. Mallow's voice continued, calm and indifferent as he refuted Vogel. No matter how vile and backward this custom is, it is also His Highness' method of resisting King Nuvan. It has become a legend, a symbol. To deny it now, that was a misunderstanding. Thales was mentally and physically exhausted, his face expressionless. Back then, he was just scaring the Northland barbarians, but Nuvan never. Why does it seem like he really fought the born king? Thales sighed heavily in his heart. Back then, why did he challenge King Nuvan to a duel? God knows how much he regretted it. Also, who was the one who spread this news? Back then in the Hall of Heroes, were the Extet archdukes present so tight-lipped? There was a small commotion among the guards. Doyle's expression was twisted as he dragged Glover's shackles and squeezed in front of the 2 officers. Please let me duel him, Your Highness, sir. Doyle held Glover down, suppressed his emotions, and stared at the enemy who held his father hostage. I can kill him fair and square, this is just a grudge between 2 families. Doyle looked anxious, expectant and nervous. Vogel snorted disdainfully. Thales's expression was gloomy. Then you'll be playing right into that guy's hands. Mallows shook his head. Byrol died in a glorious duel to avenge his father. What happened to him will be remembered and forgiven to the greatest extent. No one will remember his illegal actions and ulterior motives. His Highness and the royal family will be forced to the teeth of the storm, and be accused of abusing power and disregarding human life. In the hall, Anker calmly and clearly refuted Count Godwin's rebuke. Baron Doyle trembled under his sword. The audience's discussions rose one after another, becoming increasingly restless. Doyle clenched his teeth. Mallow's tone became more solemn. And he's just someone's tool, a chess piece on the table. Chess piece. My child, be strong. Don't become a chess piece that can be manipulated and sacrificed at will. Fakenhas's words came to mind. Thales tightened the muscles on his arms. As for the people below the stage, the hands behind the scenes, Mallows kept the following words in his heart. Perhaps they would take advantage of Byrol's death to exaggerate this originally contractual dispute case and elevate it to an unprecedented level, such as the rule of the kingdom. Doyle and Byrol. How many similar cases could there be in the entire kingdom? How many different situations were there? How many more examples with similarities and differences that could be used as reference? Mallow's gaze froze. No, it would be given a different meaning and become the fuse for a series of political storms, but, Mallows. Thales tried hard to ignore the countless gazes cast on him. He turned his head sideways and spoke softly. His words were tired. He turned his head and spoke softly, his words weary. He's just someone who was forced by the situation to take a risk and stake everything on one throw. Mallows looked at Anker's burning gaze and narrowed his eyes. So he's stubborn and dangerous, more so than the people behind him. The watchman said gloomily, he's a good chess piece. A good sword. Good chess piece. Thales did not answer. He just closed his eyes, feeling even more exhausted. Your Highness. Anker grew impatient. His urging voice drowned out Count Godwin's rebuke. "What's making you hesitate?" The offender of the Birrell family took a step forward. While the surrounding guards grew increasingly nervous, he raised the short sword in his hand and pointed it straight at the Duke of Star Lake on the steps. Hesitation towards justice, or confusion towards the Empire's traditions? Anchor glared at Doyle, who was beside Thales. Or is it that you would rather protect your vassals and your personal guards because you are not close to them? Doyle's expression changed. Anger surged. Is there no other way? Doyle's fists were trembling. Glover had no choice but to hold him back. Just let this bastard spout nonsense here, hurt my father, tarnish His Highness' reputation. The best way is to strengthen the investigation beforehand and suppress the storm, Mallows said solemnly. Make sure this guy can't speak. Let the guards keep this matter out of the hall. Make it non-existent, whether it's this case or the assassination or kidnapping. Vogel's expression grew uglier, while Doyle grew more anxious. Your Highness, the guests' discussion reached a climax once again, with no shortage of heated arguments. Many angrily rebuked Anchor's disrespectful behavior, but the son of the Birrell family was unfazed. He either stood still or raised his voice to refute. Thales breathed in a daze. He felt the nails in his palms prick more and more painfully. At this moment, I've thought of it. Mallows spoke in a low voice, attracting the attention of the guards. There's another way. It can save the Baron's life, and also solve the predicament. Vogel and Thales turned to look at him. But Mallows turned to Doyle instead. Prepare for the duel, Doyle. Doyle responded instinctively, but was startled when he came to his senses. Yes, sir. Mallows' expression was as indifferent as ever, but his tone gradually turned solemn. But, Vanguard Danny Doyle. He rarely called Doyle by his full name, which made the latter nervous. Listen carefully. The next moment, the watchman's words caused everyone's expression to change. You're going to die. Thales was stunned. Vogel and the guards around him were equally stunned. What? This duel, Mallows said calmly, but his gaze was fixed on Doyle. You must die by his hands. Thales reacted with a jolt. He was not the only one who reacted this way. What? Vogel looked at the watchman in disbelief. The opponent wants to use public anger to create trouble, so we'll return the favor. Mallows calmly turned around, not looking at Doyle, who was rooted to the ground and in a daze. Doyle accepted the duel, but was killed by his opponent. This way, regardless of the reason, the Birrell family is naturally in the wrong for causing a disturbance at the banquet, using foreign evil methods to brutally kill their own countrymen. Everyone will only remember your family's humiliation, and His Highness Thales being forced to do so. After the incident, the royal family can act as the mediator to uphold justice, occupy the moral high ground, and quell the fallout. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Mallows was nonchalant as he recounted his terrifying proposal. His Highness doesn't know about it. He is impartial. Doyle did not evade responsibility and took it upon himself. End of story. There was silence among the guards. Die. Doyle stood rooted to the ground, unable to regain his senses. Only Vogel got over his initial shock and frowned in doubt. But this way, the Doyle family, the son fought for his father with honor, died in the duel, and preserved the royal family's reputation. Mallows stared at the old baron who collapsed on the ground. The father shirked his responsibility and died of murder, causing the kingdom to descend into chaos. This concerns the bigger picture. They know what to choose. Thales saw Doyle tremble slightly, and he looked absent-minded. It was as if the former Doyle had disappeared. No, Thales said subconsciously. There must be a better way, but at this moment, neither Vogel nor Mallows seemed to care about what he said. But after that, Vogel folded his arms, as if seriously considering the possibilities and pros and cons of this solution. The 7 Jade Star attendants, their attitude towards the royal family. Doyle raised his head in a daze. There are pros and cons, but that's not something you and I can comment on. It's the consideration of His Majesty and the lords at the Imperial Conference, Mallow said calmly. It was exactly the same as the day Thales returned to Eternal Star City and suggested for him to stay in the carriage. In the game of chess, Byrol is just a pawn, the 7 Jade Star attendants are also pawns, you and I are also pawns. We can only choose the path with the least losses. Thales froze in a daze. Pawns. Pawns again. Pawns at the mercy of others. Is it worth it? Thales asked softly. But Mallows was still discussing with Vogel and did not notice him. So, Vanguard Doyle, how much do you want to save your father's life, save your family, save His Highness from his current predicament? Vogel asked the speechless Doyle softly. This was the first time he faced Doyle directly and addressed him by his name and title. Doyle shuddered again. But Vogel pressed on. So much so that you're willing to die for it. Doyle looked up. His tone was terrified and his breathing was rapid and uneasy. No one knew what he was going to say. That guy's positioning is lax, Glover suddenly said. Sir, let me circle to the back. I'm confident I can kill him with one strike. Doyle looked at his partner, color returning to his eyes. But Mallows calmly interrupted them. This is the only way. Someone has set up an unsolvable game of chess, and we can only make the most rational and concise choice. The watchman looked at the absent-minded Doyle. Sacrifice the pawn. He then looked at the incredulous Thales. Protect the king. The guards fell silent again. Thales closed his eyes and unclenched his fists. Sacrifice the pawn. Protect the king. Who's the pawn? Who's the king? But in the hall, Anchor was clearly tired of Count Godwin and the rest's pestering and did not want to drag on any longer. Your Highness, is it worth it? Thales opened his eyes abruptly and interrupted him loudly. The Duke of Star Lake spoke angrily, drawing the hall's attention back to him. Is it worth it? The Duke of Star Lake took a step forward and looked at the troublemaker at his banquet with a complicated gaze. His tone was full of double indignation and injustice. Anchor Byrol. No matter who instigated you, are they and their schemes worth it for you to willingly become a pawn and exchange your life for it? Anchor was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but the guards were also stunned for a moment. A few seconds later, the hostage-taker laughed out loud. Instigated. Anchor first glanced hatefully at the disheveled old baron, then said coldly, You don't believe it, do you? Whenever something like this happens, you think it's a political conspiracy, an ulterior motive, a scheme of interests. Anchor sneered and pointed his short sword at the crowd around him, causing a commotion among the guests. Just like most of the arrogant, indifferent, cold-blooded, ignorant, self-righteous, and hypocritical fools who think they're smart, self-righteous yet selfish, hypocritical, look on from the sidelines. Thales furrowed his brows. Why bother? There's always another way, they say. Ulterior motives, attention-seeking, they also say. This isn't that simple, it must be a conspiracy, they still say. Just like you now. Anchor said bleakly, You don't believe what I've done. As a result, industries withered, the people were resentful, the bureaucracy was corrupt, and bribery was rampant. Anchor was exasperated. No, but the Baroness was obviously furious, and did not give him a chance to speak. Other things aside, just look at how unrepentant he was when he was in financial difficulties. He insisted on building up his military force, borrowing money for expeditions, and sacrificed countless lives, just to risk his life in the desert, to make a fortune, to fight for glory? Isn't it clear enough? Lady Doyle spoke until her hair was disheveled and she was panting. But her sharp voice became smoother, and Thales could even hear a hint of a western desert bumpkin accent that was obviously cultivated since childhood. In Crow City, from the officials to the farmers, from the merchants to the craftsmen, everyone hated your father, hated him to the core. Every year, every month, the destitute, depressed, and overwhelmed people gathered in the mountains and engaged in robberies, causing endless harm to the surrounding areas. From the local townspeople to the Mirror River across the river, everyone suffered. My ex-husband died among them. Not to mention the countless refugees who abandoned the wastelands every year and smuggled across the Mirror River to other lands, including the Doyle family's territory, just to eat and wear new clothes. In the hall, everyone's attention was attracted by the Baroness' words. Shock and discussion swept through the crowd. After I remarried, your father even shamelessly asked the suzerains of the Mirror River district for the refugees' redemption fee. The Baron, my current husband, could only occasionally give him money to satisfy his appetite, and occasionally placate the refugees to return to farming to prevent the increase of robbers from endangering the surrounding areas. And this is what you call *T renting a house in a different place. Anchor was shocked and furious, and was momentarily speechless. Mortgaging land in a contract? Damn it, do you think any noble with integrity in the entire kingdom would mortgage their ancestral fiefdom and population for money without blinking an eye? Do you think the Doyles are the only ones who have lent your father money all these years? Whether it's merchants, nobles, knights, or officials, once the repayment period is up, he'll use the nobility's laws to act shamelessly, threatening to sue the creditors for murdering nobles and privately granting land. He's much more experienced than you in this kind of bullying, treacherous, shameless, and despicable act. Anchor gripped his sword, trembling. His face turned pale amidst the discussion. The Baroness shouted indignantly. In the face of such a shameless suzerain, the Byrell vassals were divided, but dared not voice their anger. No, the most that was written was where the Byrell family came from, how long its history was, how far its pedigree was, how big its territory was, how much it had changed, how many people there were in the family. There were no details about territorial governance or the dispute between the two families. There was no evidence to refute. You said you want to inherit your father's fief, family property, title. The Baroness scoffed. Then why don't you *King inherit all the sins your father has committed against his vassals, his people, his neighbors, the kingdom, everyone, the sins he has accumulated, the evil he has done, the harm he has done, the lives he has owed, the blood he has stained. Byrell's little brat. After the Baroness screamed, she collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, and was held up by several female relatives. Thales frowned. The entire hall was silent. It seemed that everyone was stunned by the Baroness's performance. Even Doyle's expression froze. Doyle, right? Vogel addressed Doyle by his nickname. He looked at the Baroness in the middle of the hall with a complicated expression. Your father married a good wife. Doyle stared at his stepmother in a daze. Glover was as expressionless as ever, but he pressed down on his shoulder from the side. You know, Doyle looked absent-minded, as if he was talking to himself. When my father wanted to remarry, all these years, my attitude towards her has not been very good. Mallows did not say anything. He merely sighed softly. But Thales was as solemn as ever. He knew that it was not over. A few seconds later, the hall was once again drowned in a torrent of discussion. Everyone was fiercely discussing the latest news that the Baroness had just revealed. Anchor turned his head with difficulty and noticed that the guests' gazes had changed. They began to look at him more. At the son of the Byrell family. No. No. Apart from panic, he was also a little embarrassed and angry. Listen up, little brat. Baroness Doyle caught her breath. As she watched the guests discuss among themselves, she became more confident and arrogant. She did not care about her disheveled appearance and snorted coldly. "I don't care whose connections you have, whose orders you have to harm our family. You have tarnished His Highness' reputation." The Baroness pointed directly at the person holding her husband hostage and shouted angrily. "But if you dare, go ahead and try." Anchor shuddered violently. Instead, the expression of old Baron Doyle, who was being held hostage, changed as he said in horror, "That dear." The high-spirited Baroness lowered her gaze and revealed a ruthless expression. "Shut up." The old Baron shuddered and obediently shut his mouth. The Baroness glared fiercely at the troubled Anchor and gritted her teeth. "But I swear, little brat of Birol. I swear to the setting sun, to the bright moon, to the dark night, to the desert god, to my grand-aunt, to everything. If my husband suffers even the slightest bit of harm tonight." Her expression was vicious. "I will give it my all for the rest of my life. I will make your remaining brothers, sisters, friends, and relatives suffer all the torture you can imagine in the most painful, cruel, and terrifying way. I will make them cry in the end, begging me to kill them." As soon as she said that, everyone's expression changed. Including Anchor. But the Baroness apparently did not notice. Ignoring the old Baron who was hurriedly signaling her with his eyes, she waved her arms and roared. "I will make sure that your family line ends without descendants. Just like the fate you were meant to have." The guests burst into an uproar. Thales, Mallows, Vogel and the rest frowned. *T, as expected, when it comes to lying and quibbling, you're still the best. The hesitation and anger on Anchor's face faded, and he became cold again. "All right, if that's the case. Then let the gods decide our fate." In a fit of anger, he tightened his grip. The old Baron screamed, "No, no, no, come on, coward son of Doyle." Anchor stared straight at Doyle on the steps and roared. "Come down and fight me. Let's put an end to this. Everything." The Baroness stared at the rapidly deteriorating situation. She seemed to realize something and froze in place. Doyle gripped the weapon at his waist tightly, feeling a mixture of shock and anger. "It's too early." Vogel looked at the public opinion around him, then at the enraged Anchor, who was clearly ready to pay any price, and sighed. Chapter 558. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Baron Doyle, who was being held hostage, screamed in pain. "Wait! We can still talk." But the enraged Anchor was in no mood to listen to pleas. He grabbed the old Baron's neck and choked the latter's words. "I've had enough of your family's viciousness and hypocrisy." "Doyle!" the hostage-taker bellowed. Regardless of gender or age. Behind Thales, the hesitant Doyle's eyes widened and his arms trembled. Praka had no choice but to rush forward and help Glover hold him down. Despite being the captain, Mallows remained silent and only sized up the hostage-taker with a cold gaze. The old Baron's breathing became visibly labored and his face quickly flushed red, eliciting a scream from the Baroness. "Ah! You cold-blooded bastard! You dare touch my man, I swear, I'll..." Seeing that the situation was dire, Count Godwin hurriedly gestured for the ladies to hold the Baroness down and pull her back into the crowd to prevent her from further provoking the hostage-taker. Fear and worry spread. The guests began to discuss among themselves again, and it was the guards who managed to maintain order. "You! Doyle's son!" Anchor's hair stood on end. He was furious as he pointed his sword at Doyle on the steps. "Don't hide behind a woman anymore. Get down here." Thales looked at the crazed Anchor from afar with a heavy heart. That man. He's desperate, Thales said silently. Hysterical. All for a duel. But he was just a pawn, his existence was to complete a small step in someone's chess game. Thales felt even more sorrowful at the thought. The guard separating the crowd from the assassin tensed up, but Anchor seemed to retain his last shred of rationality. He did not kill, nor did he draw his sword hastily. He only glared at Doyle. We'll settle this. Like a man. Son of AB*TCH, Doyle instinctively wanted to charge down but was stopped by the well-prepared Praka and Glover. Let go of me. At least, she gained some advantage. People's perception has been shaken. Vogel ignored Doyle's loss of composure. He looked at the crowd around him and frowned. If we kill him now, maybe, no. Mallows stared at Anchor and shook his head. Our audience is not just in this hall, but the entire kingdom. They are as stupid as ever and only care about the result. This chess game is still unsolved. The Go game. Thales stared at the situation in the field, which had not only not been alleviated, but had even worsened. He was mentally and physically exhausted, and he felt incredibly bitter. In the distance, Zayn, Koster, Val and the others were still silently watching the situation in the field. They had no intention of intervening. Lady Eleanor, Lozano, Adrian, Patterson, Stone, and the other guests from the 7 Jade Star attendants family seemed to feel the same way. They locked their gazes on the prince and waited for his reaction. Then, Vogel frowned and leaned toward Doyle. Have you thought it through? Vanguard Doyle. Vogel repeated Mallow's words in a low voice. Sacrifice the pawn. When he heard the vice-captain's words, Doyle shuddered slightly, and his emotions changed. Duel, then die. Vogel said calmly, like an emotionless machine. Doyle's angry struggle lessened. Doyle stared blankly at his father, who was being held hostage. With a last glimmer of hope, he turned to Thales and Mallows as if asking for help. But the prince only pursed his lips and said nothing. What could he do? Tell Doyle not to move, and let Anchor kill his father. Let Doyle fight a duel, and then deliberately die by his opponent's sword. What else could he do other than sacrifice the pawn? Think. At the side, Mallows watched the prince's twitching eyebrows and remained silent. Now, you are the only one who can save your father and resolve this stalemate, Vogel said coldly in Doyle's ear. Realize this early. Doyle turned back stiffly, his gaze filled with despair. Duel, die, he stared in the direction of Anchor and the old baron, but his eyes were dazed. He kept muttering, duel, die, duel, die, duel, die. Thales turned his head away, unable to bear it. He forced himself to focus and think of a way out. Or should he just ignore it, and order the guards to kill the hostage-taker in front of him, once and for all? As for the aftermath, forget it, as long as he gets through this unbearable hardship and pain, who cares about the aftermath? Let his father clean up the mess. No, I can't, Thales' mind was in a mess. Glover could not bear to see his colleague like this. He pressed down on Doyle's shoulder from behind and said sternly, Doyle, pull yourself together. But Doyle subconsciously shook off his hand. As long as I die in the duel, Doyle said absent-mindedly, father, can be saved. The problem will be solved. Thales could not bear it anymore, but just as he was about to speak, Mallows suddenly said, it's not that simple. The guards looked at him in unison. The watchman's gaze was still fixed on Anchor, whose face was contorted. From just now until now, this Anchor's gaze has always been unwavering in the face of death. I think he probably has the same goal as you. Mallows calmly stated his conclusion to Doyle at a moderate pace. He also wants to die in your hands in the duel. Doyle's dazed gaze suddenly shifted. Thales frowned and looked at Anchor. Yes, that's the only way, Vogel said gloomily. To bring the greatest benefits. Mallows nodded. See, as their pawn, he's the same. He looked at Doyle with a profound gaze. Sacrifice the pawn. The watchman glanced at Thales again. General. Thales closed his eyes. Sacrifice the pawn. General. Sacrifice whose pawn? Whose army will it be? Doyle was still breathing absent-mindedly, occasionally mumbling to himself. But Anchor was already impatient. Answer me. Doyle's son. Do you have the guts to fight me fair and square? The hostage-taker's rage and the old baron's cries of pain further agitated the crowd, inciting gasps and uproar. Or I can start with this old varmint's limbs. Let's see how much blood he can bleed. Watching Anchor move the blade to the baron's wrist, Thales' heart clenched. This is bad. All right, seeing that Doyle was in a state of panic and confusion, Vogel scoffed at Mallows in dissatisfaction. If you don't want to dirty your hands, watchman, then I'll do it. He turned to his subordinates. Gather the flag-bearer division, choose 4 people, the best snipers, but the next moment, a loud and sonorous voice interrupted them. Duke Thales. The banquet hall fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. It was Doyle. The one who shouted the Duke's name was not Anchor, but Doyle. He slowly raised his head, his gaze no longer lost. But there was an additional layer of gloom. Please give the order, Your Grace. Doyle spoke loudly so that everyone could hear him clearly. But there was a hidden bitterness in his voice that Thales could hear. I, the son of the Baron of Mirror River, Danny Doyle. Under the gaze of the entire hall, Doyle took a step forward and gritted his teeth. I am willing, for the sake of my father and family, to follow the ancient tradition of the Empire, and under the witness of Duke Thales and all of you, to respond to his challenge, with this despicable man, to fight to the death. Thales looked at his personal guard in disbelief, and then at Mallows. But the latter seemed to have expected it, and responded indifferently. Doyle glared at Anchor, whose face was full of provocation and desire, and tried his best not to look at his dumbfounded father. I am willing to defend our dignity and reputation. Doyle spoke mechanically, as if his mouth did not belong to him. As long as you let my father go. After saying these words, Doyle, who was drenched in cold sweat, swayed as if he had deflated. Until Glover steadied him. The guests were silent at first, then a small commotion broke out. The sound of debate once again drowned the whole. Very good, very good. There are still men in the Doyle family after all. Anchor, who received a response, looked at the soulless Doyle and smiled. But Thales could not feel any happiness or satisfaction from it. There was only a different kind of desolation. Thales gritted his teeth. Doyle, Vice-Captain Vogel pursed his lips and looked at Doyle with a complicated gaze. Mallows was silent as well, but his expression was much calmer. No, no, no. In the hall, the old baron, who was being held hostage by Anchor, could no longer care about his pain and disheveled state. He shouted in exasperation, Brat, what are you doing? Doyle snapped out of his daze, glanced at his father, and forced a weak smile. The old baron looked at his wife in horror. My dear, stop him, stop him. But the Baroness was also frightened. Save me the trouble. Finally, after a few seconds, to Thales, it felt like a lifetime, the Duke of Starlake maintained his most upright and noble posture, slowly rose, and raised his voice. Anchor Byrol. The moment his voice rang, everyone in the hall, from the officials to the bureaucrats, from the nobles to the merchants, carefully listened to the words of the returning prince, displaying, at least on the surface, the uniform deference and obedience. In the name of Constellation's Duke of Star Lake, the second prince, Thales Jade Star. The Duke's voice was incredibly deep, and people could not help but feel respect for him. However, only those who had been with Thales for a long time would notice that at that moment, the prince's voice was much hoarser and gloomier than usual. Much more tired. In accordance with the long-standing tradition of the Empire, I hereby grant you permission to initiate a duel to the death against another noble, against Danny Doyle, in order to avenge your blood kin. Doyle lowered his head and exhaled a long breath. Thales' expression was gloomy as he stared darkly at the long-awaited anchor. And I will personally witness its outcome. I guarantee its fairness and propriety. Is that enough? The Duke's words were met with silence in the hall. Until a few seconds later, Anchor's equally tired voice rang out. Thank you, Your Highness, thank you. Under everyone's gaze, he seemed to have been freed from his shackles and pushed the old Baron away. Baron Doyle fell to the ground, but did not leave. He just lay paralyzed on the spot, sobbing softly and panting in pain. The guards took the opportunity to step forward and help the Baron away. A few people hesitated on whether to take the opportunity to attack the hostage-taker, but Count Godwin sighed and shook his head, indicating that they did not have to. Whether you believe it or not, Your Highness. Anchor smiled bitterly. You and this Doyle brat, out of the hundreds of people I've met over the past few months, the two of you are the only ones who are willing to respond to my request. If it was not shocking, no one would listen. Thales recalled his words and could not help but feel dejected. Whether we live or die, Thales Jade Star, Your Highness, Your Grace. Anchor took a deep breath and knelt down on one knee with sincerity. He placed the hilt of his sword in front of his chest and bowed his head deeply. I will remember it forever, Your Grace. Thales sat down weakly and closed his eyes. I actually updated 80,000 words this month. What's wrong with me? End of this chapter. The latter felt uneasy for no reason, even ignoring Vogel's questioning look. Just now, my personal guard captain told me. Thales raised his voice and raised his arms. In this duel, whether it's you, Anchor, or you, Doyle. He looked at the two of them with a burning gaze. His words were sharp. He said, both of you will do your best to seek death. Thales yelled. Only seek defeat. As soon as he said that, the hall broke into a flurry of discussion. Only those who had expected it, such as Count Godwin, the Duke of Iris Flowers, the One-Eyed Dragon, Duke Val, and the others, did not react. Among the royal guards, Mallows and Vogel looked at each other, but could only see shock and bewilderment in each other's eyes. What's going on? Why did he have to make this matter so grand and overt? In the eye of the storm, Anchor and Doyle looked at each other and were equally at a loss. Use actual sacrifices in exchange for greater benefits or smaller losses. Thales smiled. He glanced at the two of them separately, his voice bright and confident. Fight a battle where you seek defeat, do you know how? Do you? The prince's question stirred up more and more discussion in the banquet hall. Anchor and Doyle were stunned for a few seconds before they spoke almost simultaneously. Your Highness, and the prince's smile cooled. But I don't like that. Thales roared, interrupting the two men who were caught off guard. The Northland barbarians may be barbaric. Thales raised a goblet that belonged to an unknown person and held it in the air, his gaze sharp as a knife. But they never compromise. Well, most of the time, they never compromise. Thales gently let go, letting the goblet fall and shatter on the ground. He looked at the hall full of people who were either bewildered or confused, solemn or happy, and chuckled. So, I would like to add some stakes as encouragement. As soon as he said this, everyone in the hall was once again puzzled. Only Thales remained smiling. To increase motivation for the two of you. A glint flashed across his eyes as he locked onto the dueling duo in his field of vision. To ensure that this is a fight where every punch hits the flesh, every stab sees blood, brilliant, and strive for victory, and unforgettable, Thales' smile froze and his voice deepened. A duel to the death. What? In the next second, from the nobles to the guards and servants, everyone was shocked and unable to react. Thales roared angrily. Anchor Byrol. Anchor responded nervously. In the name of the Duke of Star Lake, the second prince, Thales Jade Star, I swear to the Sunset Goddess. Thales' expression was unprecedentedly solemn and cold. If you win the duel and kill your opponent. My father, His Majesty King Kessel, Thales said coldly. He and we will fully support you to reopen the court for your family and seek justice. Anchor was shocked. You're from Western Desert, Anchor, he looked at Byrol calmly. Then you should know that the tribal leaders in the Great Desert always treat their guards as their own, as their wings. Anchor nodded skeptically, but after Thales' next words, his expression gradually changed. Challenging them in a duel is no different from challenging the leader himself, Thales said indifferently. At the same time he caused a commotion. He remembered an orc war chief he once met, and the dual rule of buy 1 + 2 and get 1 free, that left a deep impression on him. And unfortunately, Thales' expression was indifferent as he spoke calmly, drowning out the discussion. Danny Doyle happens to be my personal guard, the Duke of Star Lake. You challenged him. You challenged me. Doyle was stunned on the spot. Anchor's eyes widened. As soon as he said that, many came to a realization. Your Highness, but Thales ignored them and continued to speak loudly, not hesitating to use the sin of Hell's River to drown out all other voices. As for Baron Doyle, he roared. You are also my esteemed guest. Thales' expression was gloomy as he pointed at the stunned old Baron Doyle, who was in his wife's arms. Today, at my banquet, in my Mindy's hall, he shall not be threatened, harmed, or challenged. It is an affront to me personally. The dueling duo was no longer the focus of attention. All eyes were focused on the prince, whether in surprise or fear, uneasiness or apprehension, admiration or disdain. Until Thales looked around with a murderous look, forcing away all the strange gazes. No, Vogel instinctively wanted to step forward to stop the prince, but Mallows held his arm firmly behind him. Constellations, listen up. As Doyle's master, as the master of this banquet, and even more so as the master of this manor, Thales' expression was cold and murderous. His voice shook the dome, and his words were resolute. I, Thales Jade Star. He stood on the highest seat in the banquet hall, raised one arm, fearless of the gazes of the audience, and spoke in a loud and clear voice. In accordance with the ancient custom of the Empire, I shall carry out my duties and rights as the master. I will represent Danny Doyle and accept the most legitimate challenge to a duel issued by Anchor Byrol on his behalf. Thales' gaze was cold as he lowered his arm and pointed at the two duelists who could no longer speak. Carry out this duel of blood vengeance. Until the winner is decided. Until the winner is decided. Until the ancient ritual is completed. As soon as he finished, the banquet hall fell into a long silence. Thales lowered his gaze and sneered. Don't worry, Anchor. He smiled at the shocked Anchor and the dumbstruck Doyle. The conditions and wager previously mentioned are still valid. Thales lowered his head slightly. The firelight cast a dark shadow on his face. As long as you're in the duel, he put away his smile and uttered his last words coldly. Kill me. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Thales ignored Mallow's frown and Vogel's anxiety, and turned his head back. He looked at Anchor, who had subconsciously raised his sword to defend himself. Since my guest has the guts to come to the meeting alone and armed with a sword, Thales shifted his gaze away from Anchor's short sword and focused on Anchor's eyes. His footsteps did not stop. Then I naturally have the guts to stand before him and look him in the eye. Anchor trembled. Calm down. In the chaos, Mallows ignored Vogel, hurry and get him back. And protested angrily. His Highness has spoken. He raised his fist and stood his ground, gesturing for the royal guards to calm down. Seeing that Mallows had openly set the tone, Vogel could only grit his teeth and shut up, glaring at the watchman's impudent actions. Finally, Thales stood in front of Anchor, facing the other man's anger and misery. Duke Thales, Anchor lowered his short sword and glared at the Duke with resentment. Why? Thales' expression was calm and composed. Why? He snorted coldly. Anchor Byrol. Do you think you can openly come to my territory and do whatever you want? Do you think you have my weakness, and can use it to hurt and threaten me? Anchor tightened his grip on his sword. His gaze lingered on Thales' chest and abdomen. This made Vogel even more nervous, and he kept urging Mallows to take action, but the latter remained unmoved. As for Thales, he was equally unconcerned. I don't know who gave you this rotten idea, but, a duel? Thales chuckled and glanced at the crowd, intentionally or otherwise. Just because I came back from the north. Thales turned around slowly, indifferently facing the sword-wielding, emotionally unstable Anchor. You, and the people behind you, you don't know that I've been facing such predicaments and problems my entire life, struggling to survive between the last and most desperate choices. Thales swept his gaze over the guests around him before he turned his head around. He looked at Anchor, who was stunned and speechless, seemingly hesitant to take the opportunity to attack and kill the prince with his sword. Now, Anchor, no matter who you are, or whose people you work for, Thales said coldly. Ignoring Anchor's blade, he continued to approach Anchor amidst the gasps of the crowd, until the distance between them was less than half an arm's length. No matter if it's for yourself or for others. Thales said solemnly, make your choice. At such a close distance, Thales noticed that Anchor was trembling uncontrollably, his breathing erratic, and his expression uncertain. He was out of sorts. With his hell senses, Thales understood with a glance. In Anchor's current condition, not to mention a duel, he might not even be able to execute a proper sword technique. Choice. Anchor finally lost it and spoke angrily. Either I kill you, or, his breath was so heavy that it could almost collide with Thales' face. You didn't give me a choice at all, did you? Anchor's eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious, and the short sword in his hand trembled uncontrollably. The onlookers could not help but break into a cold sweat for His Highness. Mallows had no choice but to hold down Vogel, who was gnashing his teeth, and never let go of his fists that restrained everyone. But Thales paused and said softly, no. The prince's tone became serious. I gave it to you. Not only did I give you a choice, I also gave you a chance. Thales looked into Anchor's eyes, which were filled with despair and desolation, and tried his best to speak sincerely. The best chance, the other option. You know. Thales' voice unwittingly took on a hint of anxiety. You know. But Anchor, who was staring back at him, was unmoved. Anchor's gaze went from hot to cold, from bright to dark, from resentment to disappointment, from pain to numbness. Finally, Anchor closed his eyes gently. Your Highness, can you do me a favor? Anchor said faintly, his voice seemingly immersed in a gray hue. Kill me. The onlookers and the vigilant guards were stunned. Thales' gaze dimmed. Of course. But in the next moment, Thales' voice became cold again. But only in a duel, on the terms we agreed upon. Anchor was silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, until the third second, Anchor suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the blade in his hand moved, slicing through the air and causing the wind to howl. Straight at Thales. In the next second, the attentive crowd erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. No! Damn it! Protect His Highness! He's killing again! The chaotic crowd either retreated or moved forward, momentarily blocking their line of sight and hindering the royal guards who were ready to rescue. Damn it! Mallows! Your lousy idea! Vogel pushed aside a guest who was blocking the way, exasperated. If the prince, you're done for. Mallows did not say a word. He merely clenched his fists and gestured for his subordinates to maintain order. Until a loud roar came from the center of the hall, from the center of the chaos. In the name of Thales Jadestar, I said it. Step back. Mother * King everyone. Thales' voice had never been so enraged. It even shook the dome. I can handle it. The chaotic scene fell silent. The guards took a few seconds to restrain the crowd. The royal guards rushed to the front, led by Mallows and Vogel, and surrounded the center of the hall. Only the two people in the center were left. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, quite a number of customers sucked in a sharp breath. Anchor's blade stopped between their necks, neither moving forward nor backward. His sword-wielding wrist was firmly gripped by Thales, unable to advance or retreat. Thales and Anchor stared at each other. One was calm, the other in despair. They trembled slightly in the tense wrestling. Mallows frowned. Vogel, on the other hand, was shocked and furious. Soon, he saw 5 or 6 members of the Star Lake Guards emerge from the shadows above the banquet hall. Each of them held a crossbow and looked at them vigilantly. Mallows slowly unclenched his fist that had been clenched for a long time. In the next second, the royal guards in the shadows put away their crossbows. That's Toledo, Morgan, and Itariano who are beside you. Thales recognized these people and could not help but be surprised. The sniper team you arranged at the last minute, Thales said in realization. Why do I remember that Vogel stopped you? Mallows scoffed and looked at Vogel, who was bidding farewell to a few nobles in the distance. He thought he stopped me. Thales exhaled. Previously, did you think about the price of doing this? Mallows asked softly. Thales shook his head. No. And now? Thales' heart sank and he fell silent. Mallows did not say anything, his expression remained indifferent. The guests in the hall gradually began to move. Many squeezed to bow and bid farewell to Thales, but even more dilly-dallied, as if wanting to linger for a while longer. For example, the 7 Jade Star attendants. Very clever, Your Highness. As expected of Count Casso's favorite pupil. This was Baron Stone of the 7 Jade Star attendants. His expression was gloomy, and his thoughts were unclear. Despicable scoundrel, how dare you be so presumptuous, the elderly Viscount Patterson said indignantly. Your Highness, you must forge ahead and face the truth. Otherwise, such devious schemes will only become more rampant. This is no trivial matter. Take care, Your Highness. Viscount Adrian's farewell was concise and clear. The Doyle family has no way to repay Your Highness' great kindness, only, this was a weeping old baron. But long before he could start his speech, he was dragged away by the observant Doyle, who apologized profusely to Thales before leaving. Your Highness, your righteous act of standing up for your subordinate is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, Lady Eleanor said softly as she led her son, Luther, to bid farewell. A benevolent master is bound to be rewarded. Facing them, Thales was expressionless. At most, he nodded slightly. Until Val Arund, shackled and escorted by the guards, came before him. You will become a problem, child. Duke Arund snorted softly and stared at Thales with interest. Trouble for many people, big trouble. Thales suddenly moved. He slowly raised his head and stared intently at the Duke. Even bigger than you. Val raised his eyebrows and smiled. Without saying a word, he instructed his escorts, let's go. Let's go, I miss my luxurious single room. After Val left, Lozano Glover, one of the 7 Jade Star attendants, came before him. Your Highness, the accumulated problems in Mirror River and Crow Caw City are not just a temporary problem. They will affect many parties. Please pay more attention when you deal with them. Thales nodded, but his heart was numb. Soon, the surprise faded from Zayn's gaze, leaving only coldness. It was tit for tat with Thales. As if they had a tacit understanding, after a period of fearful whispers, the remaining guests scrambled to leave in batches. Even Vogel was no exception. It was as if there was a plague in the banquet hall. Not long after, most of the guests in the hall had left. Mallows frowned and waved his hand to dismiss the equally surprised royal guards and servants. He also stepped back quietly. Zayn pondered for a few seconds before turning around and dismissing his old butler. You know, in these 6 years, Thales chuckled. Did I learn anything from Dragon Cloud City, from the Northerners? Duke Zayn frowned slightly. He did not speak, but his expression grew more serious. His earlier elegance and composure were nowhere to be seen. In the empty hall, Thales spoke softly. His tone gradually turned murderous. UF * ked them. Thales stared at Zayn, his gaze sharpening. And they F * ked you back. In the messy banquet hall, the Duke of Star Lake's voice echoed in every corner with a chilling coldness. Only harder. More ruthless. More painful. In a split second, the banquet hall fell into a suffocating silence. Only the 2 men facing each other from afar, their gazes as swords, confronted each other in the air. Until Zayn sighed and sneered. How did you find out? Thales did not speak. He frowned, took a step back, and sat down on a chair. He stared at the short sword, his thoughts unclear. You told me, the prince hissed. Is that so? Zayn's smile grew wider and wider. When? A few seconds later, Thales raised his head and looked at Zayn again. Now. After reading the anti-epidemic news for a day, I feel overloaded. My threshold has reached its limit and is about to be melted. I'm happier writing. What matters of the 6 dynasties have become private schemes. End of this chapter. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.